distractions hide under that legal sky. Karen Reed's case, it's a wild ride. Truth's hard to find. But wait, hold on, what's this distraction? Snow doesn't get over it, goes attraction. Snow, everywhere we go. But what about the facts we need to know? Defense fights back with a mighty glow. Exposing flaws in the investigation flow. Witnesses on the stand, they're feeling the heat. Prosecution's focus is kind of bleak. But the defense, they're finding what all's making the case complete. Amidst the snowstorm, they're bringing light to every mistake, they're shining bright. Snow, everywhere we go. But what about the facts we need to know? Defense fights back with a mighty glow. Exposing flaws in the investigation flow. Now it's time to break the ice. Justice demands we pay the price. No more distractions, no more lies. It's time for truth to rise and shine. Snow, everywhere we go. But what about the facts we need to know? Defense fights back with a mighty blow. Exposing flaws in the investigation flow.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you are. And welcome back to this case. Will today be the day where we find out, did it snow in Canton on January 28th to 29th?
Yes.
We are 7 days in. I have a suspicion there might have been some snow, Jamie. How's
Maybe
your?
just a little.
I'm not sure. It could have been
Yeah.
snow,
Mhm.
but hopefully we'll find out today. Because remember when Auntie Bev said yesterday, "Stop wasting time," and Lally went on to talk about snow for another 15 minutes.
He did.
But let's be honest. The defense, the state ended theirs. Funny how they just got that 15 minutes in the end, where everyone else would have said, "Yeah, let's just get out of here." They just ended on the right picture. Let's be truthful and honest about it. It could look like there was a tail light missing on that car.
Oh yeah, the picture.
It was very good visual. I've been on different streams snooping around what they're saying. I've been on Twitch, and kind of like when we did it on Discord yesterday. But the whole housing that the state wants us to believe is gone isn't gone in that picture. And we know Carrie Roberts testified there is a crack in her tail light. A crack, or the entire light housing gone. That's a big difference. But it's a strong visual to send the juries home with.
Yeah.
We have to admit because Lally have been batting around zero. That's a baseball reference, Jamie. It's a sport Americans play. I don't know it. I just say stuff. But yesterday he got on base, and now we'll have to see, because the guy who took the photo with his dash cam, did he go up there and look at the tail light? And we know there are pictures from the garage I showed it on Discord yesterday, where you can clearly see not the entire tail light is gone, in my opinion. We know when the car was towed, it looked very different than what they put into the case. So strong visual for newbies, people who doesn't see every 45 streams I've done on this before the trial started. So kudos to Mr. Lally.
Mhm.
Have to give them, when they hit a strike. I think it's, I don't know. We'll have to give it to them
Yeah, we'll see.
as well. Yeah, but if he goes into 30 minutes talking about, did you notice this tail light is missing? Did you see? I hope they object and say, he went to the front door. He never noticed this. Objection. But let's say good morning to Boomer and Marissa. Yeah, please tickle the like button. And Ashton, Caroline, Lolita smiles. Almost done with my iced coffee. Got my big gulp cup is ready to go. That sounds like a lot of coffee. Oh, Danny, don't mention any frozen anything because Peter A will stress P. And Renee, good morning. And it snowed higher up than me. It was below zero just an hour ago. I hope my garden survived. That's late in the year, isn't it? And OLR, good morning to you. And talking about stress peeing. Hello, Peter. And Bully Mom from the Netherlands. I got quite a few people from Netherlands watching this channel. Bully Mom, Helen, another Russian bot. Do you think a Russian bot would say if they were a Russian bot?
They may. They may not.
Wouldn't they say, I'm not?
Mm-hmm.
We have to keep an eye on that one. Sophia Stalin. Sounds like the dictator isn't like him. And Adelaide Lass from Australia. Snivels. Janine. And Reindeer. Wolfie Fox. Medita Finn. No, it's not Jamie's Pops. It's just I found something I needed for a music video because I'm kind of
stock photos.
I'm kind of slow in French. It's sunny on the east coast of Canada. It's wonderful weather today. I've been at the dump. Best day in a man's life. Going to the dump.
I forgot how much you said you love the dump.
It's the best. I got my old mixer got thrown out, the mixer bowl, and some tires with rims. Got rid of all of it in one go. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Luna.
Hi, Luna. Good to see you.
No, of
I hope
course
you're
it's
feeling
not
better.
about cocaine. Brothers in Michigan has tornadoes. Stop it. Last night, one of them looks to have lost every tree in his yard, like the tornado went all the way around the house, taking them out. That's crazy.
They were crazy last night.
Yeah.
I didn't get
I'm glad I live in a
hurt.
country God doesn't hate. Hey, Rolling Stone. Cindy Lou Hood and Lynn Dalton. Dory K, good morning to you. That's such a cute popper. When it starts somewhere between in a minute and I would guess 20 minutes. We do have it up and running in the background. And we are dual streaming with Valhalla. Good one of us remembers it, Marissa, so I can pin that. Bye, Jamie. Yes. Hey, Wicked. Bim wants Karen behind bars. Well, I still think she changed her tune a little bit yesterday. I hope it wasn't yellow snow. Well, it becomes yellow later. Talking about being from Holland. Hey, Helen. How do I send you a photo? Either DM on X or on Discord. Hello, Panilla. And Steven. Good morning, everyone. Great news. Looks like it's going to be another day where I accomplish nothing because of this case. Welcome to the world of the baker. You need a shareable clip of the AI song. All my songs is on my YouTube channel. Hospice, yes, good morning. Rumors have it when I'm away to play and Marissa and Jamie will run the show, Hospice just might swing by some days. Another reason to stop by and watch it.
It'll be fun.
Makeup tutorials incoming.
You're gonna learn so much.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm gonna get drunk. Hey, Norma
Whatever.
from Iowa. I've been close to Iowa. Mazzi Abianati. Batters don't hit a strike baker. Jamie, tell him. Jamie, what do batters hit? Jamie doesn't know baseball. All I know is there's no crying in baseball.
You don't know
He just
anything
said,
about baseball?
yeah, I watched the Naked Gun no, it's the first one where he's a baseball umpire. I watched that. And it's something, if you build it, they will come. And I watched that one with Charlie Sheen.
Did you want to say they hit a home run? How did you want to say it?
No, because
I didn't
he
hear
didn't
what
hit a
I
run.
didn't hear what
I
you
didn't
said.
think he got on base. Wicked. Okay. Another pupper. The Dutch are. Why did I? Good morning, Brandon. Again, read Brandon's text before you pull them on screen. Totally not a Russian boss. Ace 2 is from Holland. Oh, interesting. And Kim, good morning. Trophy wife. Haven't caught up on the last bit of yesterday's yet. Anything missed? Yes. Sergeant Lang was really bad on the stand, in my opinion. Connected to everyone, knew everyone, didn't search anything, had his left the crime scene open for anyone who wanted to wander in there. The crime scene was open for, I believe, 10 hours before the next search team came and searched it. They ended on a high for the state because they had a dash cam video. We will see that in the morning again because Lally wants the jury to see that picture, which kind of looked like the tail light is missing. But again, sleuthing around on the internet, I've seen a lot of different manipulations of that picture that can show what it is we're seeing. But it was a strong visual. I'll have to give them that.
Yeah, but I also think you can interpret it how you see it because, like, when people are telling me it's missing, I could look at that picture and see it. But then I was thinking about the snow, and then I also look at it, and it looks like to me like the snow is piling up on that side because if you look, it's a little bit heavier than on the other side. So it could be anything. So we'll see how
Yeah,
they do
and
it
and, and,
today.
and again, but it's just it's put into the head of the jury as
Oh
it's
yeah,
missing.
for sure,
So
for
yeah,
sure, for sure.
yeah, more shenanigans.
I mean,
It's too,
obviously they think they have a winner if they're displaying it up there and they're like, "Hey, look, what we
yeah,
got."
and that's again, it's a good visual. We have to give them because normally I just yell at him for being an idiot, but
Hmm.
that was a good visual and it was perfectly timed that they just got those 15 more minutes so he could put it in, and then we ended the day. Any other courtroom would have ended after Sergeant Lang. They wouldn't start a new witness for 15 minutes of testimony because they're going to start all over again today. Captain, have fun. Nice to see you. And Cindy over on Valhalla's side. Penny the dog. Jamie, look at that pupper.
Hold on. What is it? Oh, hi, Cindy.
Sebastian Müller.
Hey, Sebastian.
We
How
are
are
doing
you?
fine. Prosecution, well, again, they had a good one yesterday. The rest of it has been talk about snow, more snow, maybe some snow. There could have been snow, and rumor has it there was some snow. And the police don't investigate crimes if they happen on another police officer's front lawn. This case is wild at the sheer incompetence by anyone. Yeah, that's great. No, I wasn't asking where Holland is. I quite know. Look at those puppets, Jamie. I know where Holland is. I've been to Holland. It was just, I think it was because I said not a Russian, but is a guy from Holland as well.
Oh my God, those are the cutest dogs.
Yeah. No, it doesn't look. It looked cracked, and we know testimony cracked. Yeah. Yeah, highlight was when he had no idea how to use evidence tape and couldn't even recall he ever used it before. A man who's been a detective for at least 2 years. I think, and that he thought that a Stop and Shop bag was a brown evidence bag.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought it was an evidence bag. I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, dummy. All right.
I appreciate that you won't put that fan up to now. Well, I don't have the fan. I just have a lawn and crim. So, yeah. If the crime scene wasn't secure for 10 hours, then you have reasonable doubt because anyone could have tampered. Yeah, and remember, none of the tail light piecings finds its way to the crime scene till 4 to 6 days later. Where Berkowitz, just because it's been thawing and raining, thinks, I better drive past a crime scene I had nothing to do with because Canton police is conflicted out of this case. Oh, magic, I found a piece of evidence. And again, when you saw that close-up photo, you think, oh, that's a big piece of tail light. And then you saw I don't know, maybe from a couple of feet away, and it's about
Tiny.
6 man-inches. And he saw it. He saw it from the road. Totally with his naked eye, there's a piece of tail light. I better call Sergeant Proctor and say, hey, buddy, go down there, find that evidence.
Yeah,
And then 45 pieces showed up.
He was just going for a cruise.
Yeah.
Because the weather was warm and, I mean.
All brown paper bags are equal. Equality for Stop and Shop bags. Yeah, we don't see color on this channel.
You fight the good fight, Legendary.
Good morning, KDP. Hey, Zach.
Hi, Zach.
You don't hate anyone. You love all of us. Good morning, genitals. State police wouldn't come because John wasn't dead yet, so they just left. So I guess if he survived, there was no crime. Yeah, exactly. And why post a squad car out there? They were so not busy that they could call in 2 detectives off duty to come look at it. And they could do an interview in a room full of potential witnesses. Don't record anything. But they couldn't post a cop car out there and say, hey, stay away from the lawn. You have noise in the courtroom. Hey, Vince.
Jimmy, can we get sometime today, please? Can that be talking?
Did she say F word?
All persons have any business before the Honorable Edward Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Do I name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
I hate the hearing.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones. This is better. It's a better start. I appreciate everybody being ready to start promptly today. I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Luna.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. Okay, thank you very much. Can we bring Lieutenant Ray in, please?
Mr. Alston.
No, don't do it, Danny.
Good luck. It's a blessing.
The shall declare never to give a court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Morning. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up
I hope so,
where
Rachel.
we left
I
off
hope so.
yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant. Ms. Gilman, if I can have Exhibit 41 back up on the screen. And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video. With respect
Seeing it from a distance, it doesn't look broken to me now.
to this video, if you could just run during where we are
I
and what
know.
we're looking at here.
It just looks like
This is
snow
One Meadows
piled up on
Ave.
that side.
Canton, Mass.
Yeah.
John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could display this. Now, Lieutenant Ray,
Well, because like, look at the bottom too. It's more white.
while this
You
is
know
up
what I
on the
mean?
screen, if
Like,
I
all the
could
way
just
down.
ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer
Prosecutor.
in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the
He didn't note anything. He didn't note it until he watched the video again, and you told him, "Does this look like it's broken?" Sorry.
rear area of the vehicle in front of your crew.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed.
Move to strike.
So let him finish his. we
No,
didn't know it at the time,
No,
but
no,
you have
he
since
didn't
what?
notice it at the
I
time.
have since reviewed this video, and I can tell that there is a
Okay, the objections. sustained.
Yeah, thank you, Bev, you idiot.
Freaking Bev. But
continuous.
you knew where he was going.
During the course of
No, he's got to ask the question differently.
during the course of your well-being check, where is it around the residence situation?
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and we were seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently we did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you at the residence doing this well-being check?
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds. You can stop it there, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no.
Now, with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that did you note within the driveway itself?
No, he mentioned yesterday that he was sent there by Berkowitz. He got recommended to go look at for the kids by Chief Berkowitz. That's what he said yesterday.
Yeah.
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there's 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that that you noted anything on the ground beyond snow, did you know?
No, sir.
Hey, Fed.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Sure.
Is that?
Marissa, Fed have a new video out you could share in the chat.
Now, sir, with reference to
All whiskey.
reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave, are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6. If I could have video 15 now. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you. Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of One Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there, please.
Okay, Ian.
This part over here should be concave. If the tail light is missing like we see.
And it looks like the snow's piling up. So
Yeah.
on top of something.
Yeah, because the tail light is at an angle.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen any yet, Brandon, but there should be. Maybe when Carol Roberts or Jen McCabe. The cop across the street looked through his screen footage. There was nothing of interest.
Have the next video 160.
Well, for me, it's so.
If you could just pause it for just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's me exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
Is this supposed to prove that they were there? Come on, let's move along.
Yeah. Notice this footpath here. It was so heavily snowing that you can still see her tire tracks from when she left 3 hours before.
Yeah.
On the concrete.
I mean, isn't it funny to anyone that they can't get any footage literally of her car on that side anywhere?
I really hope that they have that temple video that they didn't send to the defense. That'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is riveting content, Jeremy.
It really is.
Ms. Gilman, can I have Exhibit 5?
Well, I can speed it up because now we're going to see him leave the scene of it.
And from that, could I have video number 18? If you could just pause it there. Lieutenant, you recognize what's picked up on screen now?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
One of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house, and I'm entering the frame on the left.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run
Okay, we get it. We were there. Come on.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 19.
Oh,
And what is it?
come on, Bev. Come on, Bev. This is redundant. They don't need to do this.
Pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video now?
It
It
doesn't
looks like I'm heading
matter.
towards the, from
It has
this
nothing to do
vantage
with
point
the
to the
time.
right, left. To see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Did you?
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Again, we're putting in a lot of evidence that has nothing to do with anything, but hopefully you'll think she's guilty because we put in evidence.
Yeah. So exciting.
I bet you they never use that front door. They always go in through the garage or the side door. I think the brother said that as well. Well, I got her a bit late, so she couldn't stop yelling at me.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Mr. Officer, if we could have the light back on. Thanks, sir. And Lieutenant Ray, just lastly, once you left residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe it went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh. So I can just say something looked like it.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, of course you don't. No, get out of here.
Defense has no questions.
Thank you, Yenny.
No
You're not an
questions?
idiot.
I mean, yeah, there's no reason. What are you gonna?
Yeah, you went to a house, didn't see anything.
Yeah.
The next witness, Mr. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
Another police officer about nothing.
If it's a guy that was with him, I'm gonna scream.
Yeah, Vincent Clotho, thank you for gifting a membership to Rachel A.
Welcome, Rachel.
And then you can. Thank you, Vincent.
Your Honor, if I may, while the witness is coming in, may we approach?
Sure.
Procedural.
Yeah, could you just stop showing all these videos that has absolutely nothing to do with anything because you just want to show that driveway video 25 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jess, you're right. It's a good way to show the jury, not that important. Because
No.
did you see anything? And imagine they know something has happened and they come up there and they see a busted taillight. The taillight is completely gone. Remember the pictures we've seen. And none of those two very highly trained police officers thought, hey, we better call it in and say, have you seen her car? It's totally busted. No, they went to the front door and drove off again. The brother who arrived later to take care of the house and the family didn't call the police and said, hey, Karen's car is in the driveway. The taillight is totally busted. You want to come take a look at it? Karen's family, who walked around the car, didn't stop and look and say, what happened to the taillight, honey? No one noticed this clearly totally shattered taillight at the scene.
On her spanking brand new Lexus. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Boom, chicka, boom, chicka, boom. This is such a waste of time. Couldn't they just stipulate and say, yeah, you went to the house, go F yourself. You showed the video, you don't need to show it 25 times.
Go F yourself.
No, but Lally is just an idiot, and he wants to bring in 17 more EMTs and police officers to say what? We had 12 so far. Only 3 of them said the things he promised us they would say. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The rest of them, we are really incompetent at our work. We contaminated a crime scene with a leaf blower. We contaminated the evidence by putting it in Dixie cups and a stop and shop bag. Why are we here? I love the pink shirt. That's the color of the Free Karen Reed movement. Judge Beth said they couldn't have it on, but that's family, so that's a good one. Why is your caddy in the gallery? I don't know. Yeah. That's probably what they wrote in their affidavits. Lally needs to clearly show it was snowing, the worst blizzard they have seen in centuries. Yeah, and again, such a bad blizzard that you saw a guy riding on the main road on the ring camera, going at a normal speed in a residential area.
Mhm.
Well, it's probably some EMTs who were at an accident with someone who slid off the road because of the snow. Well, the two other male EMTs lied about it then because they had two different stories of when they heard it. So, and none of them heard her say it in the ambulance. It's just, oh, I'm gonna die before this case is over.
Why don't you step over there? It's our courtroom is ready. You solemnly swear the undersigned the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. I do. Just need you to really speak loudly into that
He
microphone.
looks like a high school science teacher.
Oh my God, what is with that hair?
Try to hide it when it gets a little too high.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
Sir, if you want that microphone to adjust.
So that's a neighbor.
Around to whatever's comfortable, okay? And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children.
And what's your wife's name?
Catherine,
Not important.
And
Move
how
on.
old are your 2 children?
Not important.
16
Move
and
on.
13.
Cares?
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
girl,
Oh my God.
And
Come on,
your other
Bev.
child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have the two of you been married?
25 years.
She stopped the defense and said, not to admonish you, but could we go a bit faster? Tell Lally, stop talking about shit about how long people been married. This is
When did you
infuriating.
meet your wife?
Yeah. What's the sex of your children? Are
You
the
know how
children-
babies are made?
if they come in as witnesses, yeah, might be important. If they are just to fill his time because another S witness, he has nothing. I'm gonna lose my mind, Jamie.
Do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as
Oh, he's a
well?
communist.
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Oh,
Sir, if I
legendary's
could,
trying to be nice.
Turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the two of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
So that's where the kids were that night.
The
or-
Robertses,
And what are their
Oh,
first names?
okay.
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kurt Roberts, how do you know Kurt Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the two of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Kurt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
So he knows
Correct.
Carrie.
And you mentioned that so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
We know that.
And those two children, as far as their ages and genders, what
Are
were
you
they?
just
and what
trying
were
to- I think it's-
your
Put them
Maybe
at his
the
house,
same.
then just get to it.
So 17-year-old girl.
13-year-old son.
I think the kids might have stayed over there or
And were
something.
each of your two children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
This is not
Correct.
important. Unless
Now-
he said, I'm going to tell her tonight, I'm going to leave her.
As far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was very extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's Kaylee?
Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They
There
were
is a
close
court
also.
Court.
And as far as activities, what if any sort of activities did your kids
Oh,
do?
my
with
Lord.
Patrick and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball. Soccer also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you live?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
That a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Furbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
He had one of the kids. One of the kids was at his house. And
Okay, well, just say that. Like, get to it.
And then Karen made a phone call, said, I'm going to, if you start off tonight, see you in that hot place starting with an 8. And he's going to testify to that. Absolutely no relevance. No relevance at all. And again, stupid Lally doesn't have his evidence ready. They really, she needs to admonish him now. She did it
I'm
twice
directing your
yesterday
attention-
to the defense.
Show counsel.
Is he trying to get in text messages through this guy? Because he's looking at look at text blurbs.
Yeah, can they stay with you tonight? Yeah, we're going to get pizza. Oh, that's so nice.
I'm showing you the document.
Okay.
Just as far as specifically with reference to starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that.
So
Why-
I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are
Why-
text messages, right? All right. So folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerata or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
May I approach this briefly?
Yes.
Well, there's a text
before I do that,
saying-
Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's
Karen
depicted on that page?
It's
that I
going to
showed you?
Yes.
you
What do
tonight.
you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th.
Correct.
You're on a call, multi-seat to introduce and admit the full, essentially elected to.
Is there any objection?
There you are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it.
I just, why are we going over text messages?
I don't know.
Thank you.
We'll see.
This, unless it's Karen is acting a fool, she's gonna unalive me.
Page 187. Do you see anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation
Oh no.
on the bottom of the page?
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, so just from page 187, from
My wife,
your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? Already have to keep.
Correct.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Catherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
Yeah, why can't he?
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this to the jury as
Man,
well.
what is so
Yes.
relevant about this? Get to it. Jeez. Oh my God, he drives me nuts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to page 188.
Okay, let's see how damning this is. Is it another hit? Did they
You have
really
to take
pick up the
15
pace?
years to get to it. It better be good.
So bright.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you.
Congrats on great news. Oh,
So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have?
Jamie, did you notice that, first of all, why is Katie Cameron on this? If you scramble the letters, you can see Karen's going to kill me.
Karen is going to run me over with her car later.
Yeah, if it snows out tonight, I'm dead. I can see that you just have to close one eye and scramble the letters. This is very important.
So he
It,
congratulated John about the kids getting into
For you
school.
as
Really?
page
Yeah.
188 of exhibits, I think it's 48.
Yes.
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the page for you,
He can testify
who's
to that.
communicating in the blue
He's
bubble
not an
and
expert
who's
in cell
communicating in the green.
Katie, my wife?
From within.
Oh, no, I'm communicating. Sorry, excuse me.
So there's a from and a to, is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from, is that your understanding?
Yes.
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
Bev, come on, Bev. Now you
Can I-
have to do something. If they're laying the foundation, he took the kids that night, and that's why they were at the bar. What does it matter? You have to, if you want to waste the jury's time on this one, but you want to cut them off when they had Sergeant Lang on, you are a bigger Marissa Colcourt.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
Can we
And
just,
Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down.
Stipulate that she got into school, and they were there that
Yeah.
night.
And the next bubble, who is that
Is she
from?
still in
And
that
what-
school, by the way? I
It's
don't
from
think
me.
she is, right?
Yes, we
I don't
did.
know.
And if you could continue to scroll down. Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
No,
It's
but
from
you,
John.
you found out when they got
Same news, I hope.
married.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah.
It's so boring that the camera doesn't even go up there.
And again, so the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From me? Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you
Well, like older lines,
next,
though.
green
They
bubble, what
didn't even
effect is
redact
that?
the phone numbers, because
From
are these
John.
their phone numbers still?
Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And, that's your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if, you could continue to scroll down. And again, the next bubble, who's it from and what is this?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if
Okay.
you could. Yeah.
Who gives a crap? Chip,
And
chop,
again, the next
chip.
bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And,
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And the next bubble,
I know.
who's that from?
It's from my wife, Kate.
And you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. And the next bubble, sir.
From me. I am sure she is freaking out.
If you could scroll down again, please. And the next bubble, sir, who's it from and what does it say?
From John. No doubt.
If you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach on just
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't,
Mr. Camerata, are you able to see without these lights on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
so, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to within the same exhibits, page 156.
Hurry up. This is a pointless witness.
No, because as I said, if you just
Before we get to that,
put your head on the side, close one eye, you can
on this
see
particular
Karen's
day,
going to
January
come
28,
tonight.
2022, where was your wife that day?
Who cares?
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to, at that time, what was her sort of typical work schedule with reference to weekends?
She worked weekend nights for shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on Friday evenings, what, if anything, was it that you would do?
Friday, I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend. Take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct. With at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee, typically on Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this,
These are from earlier in the day because the kids got accepted to school. I don't know why we saw them get, unless there is a text, I'm going out drinking, telling Karen I'm gonna leave her. She's been a B word. She's been trying to hit me with the car 25 times this week. What, if any, relevance does it have?
Well,
But
if they
again,
want to
I'll
bring
just
him
put
on,
in
chip, chop,
25
chip him.
witnesses. Yeah, come on, Beth. I put it on X.
again, towards the bottom, is there an indication
Someone
as
take Brand.
to
Get to
a
it.
conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
Come on, Bev, you idiot.
What are you asking?
May I approach, John?
Yes.
What are you asking? Exactly.
So what I'm,
What are you asking?
bottom of page 156 here,
Yes.
as far as that box at the bottom, what, if anything, does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on next?
Myself and John.
And sir, if I could ask you to flip the page over to page 156. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I publish this part of the conversation for the jury?
Yes. There's no objection, Mr. Jackson, right?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 150 now. And so, Mr.
What is so
Cameron,
important?
again, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as page 157.
Correct.
And you can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you.
Okay.
Or it's easier to see the screen, either is fine. But with reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, as if you could indicate to the jury again who it's from and what it's.
It's from JJ. How did Kara do, by the way?
And who is Kara?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference, Mr. Gilman.
Oh.
And
This
next
is
vote
infuriating
again,
now.
I'm sorry. Mayor,
Take the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman.
Yeah,
Turn on the
This-
lights, please.
this
Thank
guy
you.
watched
May I have
one
just
of
a
them.
moment with council?
Sure.
Yeah, can you tell council to move it? You crazy.
Did you just
drunken
say, I don't know who that is? Like, what are you doing here?
Oh.
our mayor approaches to retrieve the exhibit.
Yes.
Yeah, not important. Move on, you idiot. I'm getting angry, Jamie. I don't know if you can tell.
No, not at all. You sound
Yeah.
And just for the
Sounds
record, Your Honor, I would
delightful.
ask at this point to strike whatever, I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was, does not.
Yes,
seem to
it
be
was an I don't know answer, so.
thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
Oh my God, shut up, Grant.
My apologies. Directing your attention, Mr. Cameron, what's on 157 before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And so my apologies. With regard to this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ. You guys around tonight?
I'm just coming through the scroll down. And with respect to that next blue bubble, who is it from and what is it?
From me, Kate is working. I'm around. Madeline Michael is going to the Loose to play with a friend.
And
Loose?
what is a loose play?
The Loose is a elementary school.
Was there a play?
There's a park down there.
Why
Activities for
do I
kids.
need to know where his daughter was that night?
Scroll down. Next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now. I'll text on my way back.
And could that be at the doctor?
Could be.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble.
He could, yeah, and it could be everything else.
And who is it from and what does it say?
Oh, Don. From me to JJ. Everything okay?
And if you could, down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman.
Patty B,
And again, who is it from and what does it
absolutely
say?
nothing.
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
Stupid shit. Oh, now it comes.
The next
Oh, here we
bubble.
go. He said stupid shit.
And again, fair to say, blank.
Oh, is he going to talk about the Dunkin' Donuts? Is that what it
Yeah.
is?
And go back to the microphone or.
So Ms. Cameron, the next bubble has no text to it, is that correct?
Correct.
And now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
The next bubble below that green one, again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny.
I don't know.
Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And
Okay.
just scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is a hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And where is it located?
In Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
You missed absolutely nothing,
Blue bubble on the
Divergence.
screen, who is that from and what does it say?
From me to Johnny. I probably won't get to your house till 5.
They got into a school. We are listening to a guy talking to his buddy about his daughter and their daughter getting into a school, but we have to get around when he met his wife and how long they've been married. And I still don't know where we're going. Apparently, one of the kids were at his house, and he was talking to John. And unless there's that diary page where Karen confesses to killing him, or there's a text message from John saying, "Oh, she's speeding down the road. I think she's going to hit me." I really don't know what the F is going on.
30.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Again, that green bubble. Who is it
Hey,
from
Mo
and what does it
Riders.
say?
From Johnny.
Raiders.
Okay.
Emo Raiders.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. And again, the blue bubble on the screen, who is it from and what does it say?
From me, I am leaving in 10.
Oh, come on.
Scroll down again.
Johnny, okay.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Just so that the news.
Bye, Jamie.
Okay, sir. And the next screen bubble.
Could you answer again, please?
Yes. From JJ, okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could one last time, and that's, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can.
And the wife is probably coming
Your Honor, may I
in to
approach this,
testify
Richard?
the same
Yes.
You're welcome.
thing. Come on, Bev, tell him to move along. This has absolutely no relevance for the unaliving.
Well, if he's dropping the
Mr.
kids off
Cameron,
at his
with
house, just
regard
say it.
to your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter,
Daughter.
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
I don't.
He doesn't. Move along. Did you prep any of your witnesses,
Now,
Lily? I
through-
don't think so.
Yeah, I just put that on X.
Your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen?
Yes,
And how did you
She was a
become
horrible
familiar
devil
with her?
woman.
Was she, who, if anyone, was she? to
We
Mr.
call her the
O'Keefe?
White Dragon.
John introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
she's sitting right there.
No, just as a record reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28th, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
Did you see her hit people with cars on a regular basis?
Yeah,
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
no,
And as far as you were aware, where Mr. O'Keefe lived, did Ms. Reed live there as well?
yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own as far as you knew?
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
Rent carpet cleaners are a scam, right? First of all, I never cleaned a carpet. Second of all, I don't know where to rent a carpet cleaner. So I will go by your judgment and say yes.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
How often? Are you
Now, as far as
stupid?
your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct, yes,
Or would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
yes.
And where would that be?
At the house, maybe at Fields.
Oh, fancy field. That's a big
Now,
shopping center in Denmark. We had
With
a
reference to
pew-pewing at
their
it.
relationship, what if any conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustain, we need a time frame.
In the time period around, say, the weeks leading up to January 28, 2020, what if any conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Just regular guy conversations.
Oh,
Anything specific that you can recall?
Ooh.
No,
come on, you have to say that he was splitting
When
up.
you
here.
arrived
Come on, we
at the
practice
house,
this.
typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
in the driveway to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes,
When you arrived at the
Really
house, where did you go?
into the house.
Yourself and your dog?
Yes,
And when you got in there, who, if
Stupid.
anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Excuse me.
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just really excited for the girls.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes,
And where did you go?
we went down to McCarthy's.
And that's CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's
Buy
in
a-
Canton Center.
A
About how
carton
far
of
away
sticks
from
and
the
just start
house?
smoking or drinking.
5-10 minutes.
This is
Is that somewhere that
stupid.
you're familiar with, you've been before?
Where did you go when you
Not
arrived at the
frequently,
house?
no.
Into the house.
Now, with regard
Into the
to,
house, yeah.
you know approximately what time?
So it's the wrong day to
you
stop
left
smoking,
Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF
doing
McCarthy?
meth,
I don't.
crack, coke.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy?
They were in the house.
Oh my God.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, were there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Now, prior to leaving the house,
Oh, did
what,
they
if
go to the
anything,
bar with him too?
you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me to, I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
Snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
You,
What
oh,
now?
As far
repeat
as,
that.
snowstorm was concerned, what if anything? did
He
you
wanted
know,
him to
at
repeat
that
it.
point in regards to that?
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
I haven't heard about this snowstorm. Can you tell me more about this?
I mean,
Did we
snowstorm?
get a lot of snow?
Yes.
What if any snow did we get? If we just wasted 20 minutes on this idiot,
I'm just trying to remember which is which.
Lally.
Mission, I would
I
ask.
took it drunk last
that
night.
I'm
Not
going to be allowed
prepared.
to publish a part of Exhibit 6, which is the driveway of the ring video.
Okay.
why do we need this?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for video number 145. I'm sorry, if you could pause it like that. Mr. Cameron, if you recognize what's up on,
Yes,
and what do you recognize that to be?
myself and my daughter.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's that?
So just-
It looks like a horse took a dump in their driveway.
Press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Mr. Cameron, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in the
That was
video
my
you're
favorite
showing
line
yourself.
ever. The snowstorm? The what again?
And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
It hasn't started snowing
Now,
yet.
as far
apparently.
as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Jamie,
play
this
it.
shouldn't be allowed.
Oh my God, it's so stupid.
Had a running joke of waving to his ring camera.
Because he's always watching. Are we gonna see him waving to the ring camera? Is that what we want? Oh my God.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it there briefly. Now, Mr. Cameron, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house? You've been there plenty of times, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what if any sort of entrances to the home were located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes,
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
yes,
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
yes. He was,
And how so?
he always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, as far as, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic up, up
So
and
there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
Was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what if any other entrance way into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what if anything was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond that?
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
And at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Jamie, why?
Now, when you
What are we
walk
doing here?
into the garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you
Hey,
go into
Irish.
the door.
Join
And
us
then
and
once
help.
you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
Hey, Iris.
You pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how he kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
If Bev does
He'd rather you
admonish
not.
Lely today,
And that was pretty well known to people that
yeah,
have been
she's
there
too
before,
biased. I
correct?
really
Yes.
hope that every media, every
Now-
streamer will call this out tonight so she can see it. This is so stupid.
Ms. Gilman,
Everyone
from
go on
the
X and say
same
Bev is
exhibit, if I
a
could,
fraud. No, don't say that. Don't dox anyone. Don't do anything.
Actually, I'm sorry. Your Honor, with regard to the next video that's not contained on this Exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
And there was no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay.
Because it's
Well,
stupid.
the camera across the street worked, and that police officer went through his
Thank
own
you.
ring. Nothing of interest. He said, "Oh, that's fine. You don't have to show it to us."
Mhm.
And Your Honor, for the record, this would relate to Exhibit 6, and it's video number 148.
What is it going to show? Let's go. Chip, chop, chip. Let's
And
go.
with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time, Your Honor?
Yes.
You may publish an exit strategy because this is so effing stupid. The only thing you should object to is the time wasting. Because Bev yesterday said you missed absolutely nothing. We're now talking with a guy who went there and they went to a bar together, and Karen was supposed to meet them. He still hasn't said, Karen told me I'm going to kill him tonight.
Yeah.
So the relevance of the last hour of testimony, I had no idea. It's because you have her blocked or she has you blocked.
Uh-oh. What did you do?
Is it to say, oh, there was video at that
Just
time,
up
but
on
the
the
entire
video,
night
sir.
they're gone? After
It's just up on the
got a
screen as
hold of the
video
phone.
number 148.
Aw, that's
That
kind of
was,
sad that
what
it's
you
like
had
him on
testified
camera.
Previously, as far as moving the
Okay.
car.
Yeah.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later
Well,
on that evening.
that's the
Correct.
night too. Look, he's in just in a
Now,
sweatshirt.
As
Yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe from that video on the screen there was walking to the car, did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Oh,
Yes.
And as far as what you observed in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
Yes,
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
yes,
Where's the big puffy
So it's
jacket?
January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
correct.
And with reference
You
to that,
indicated that.
was Mr. O'Keefe someone that would
Sorry.
typically wear a coat?
No,
And ever? That you can recall?
never that I could recall.
Your witnesses said he did, so.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish video number 149.
Okay.
Will we get to anything? Now we have him, what clothes he wore the night. That's fine. That black cap, was that found? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
See you later, Adelaide.
Bye.
I'm not sure that the black cap was found. His shoe was found and his... No? Was the cap found?
I don't know if the hat was found. I don't think so. And I thought the belt's gone in the
It's
hat.
coming for the sake of time.
Other than to tell you that he picked him up, they went to a bar.
So
and,
from that video, Mr. Camerano,
All of that for
what is
that.
it that you and Mr. O'Keefe
Yeah.
are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
He took so
Nope.
long to get
Now-
there. Oh my God.
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, at
Better
some
one,
point
it's-
after you arrive at C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joins your group?
Kurt,
And that'd be Kurt Roberts, is that?
correct.
And how was it that he came to C.F. McCarthy's that night?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what do you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy?
He showed up, yes.
So,
And
yeah,
about
Fisher was
how
used.
long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Kurt?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
A month before, at New Year's Eve, Karen was angry at John on a trip to Aruba because John might have hugged, might have kissed, might have done something either that he did or she took for certain that he did. They really want to put it in to say, oh, she was so mad that she killed him 29 days later. That's why it's at best hearsay from most of the people who are supposed to talk about it. At worst, it's just prior bad acts that you can't really, because it's not nowhere near the crime. If this guy said John had to force Karen to come out there, she was really angry at him because they had been in a fight earlier. There was some meat on that bone. But her being angry because he hugged a way younger girl in Aruba, probably not that important. But nothing is important. We just wasted an hour talking about
And if
nothing.
you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Ms. Reed appeared at C.F. McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Ms. Reed?
I don't.
Now, with reference to that establishment of C.F. McCarthy's, are you aware, or have you become aware that there was a surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes,
You see some of that footage, is that correct?
yes.
Your Honor, Mayor Probst,
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce and admit the
Does
surveillance
this
video.
mean
from
we're
C.F.
getting
McCarthy's
closer
as
to
the
all
next-
the other witnesses?
There's no
Oh,
objection,
please
Mr.
stay.
Jackson.
Just done.
The waterfall is where they end the night. They were at the McCarthy's and maybe one other bar before that.
Thank you very much. Order.
Tori.
Now, with the court's permission, I would seek to publish portions of that video for the jury at this time.
Okay.
He just like moving
And
along.
Ms.
now.
Gilman, if you could, from that video, the first Yeah, the first video. If I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes.
Finally, at the night of the unaliving.
Yes, I know. Okay, finally, here we go.
If you could pause it just a second. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen with the camera on?
Yes,
And what do you recognize
Basketball
as?
game.
CF McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No,
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention
Tiny.
to where it
That's
was
fine.
about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that.
these seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes,
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is?
Because I blocked the word.
And so what I'm going to ask in this moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play, and then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Were you drunk driving that night, sir? Do you always drunk drive when you're out with your friends? You know it's against the law, having more than 2 drinks and driving a car.
And Ms. Cameron, if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Ms. Cameron, you're directing with laser pointer.
Sorry.
If you could just describe what you're directing. Please.
That is me, and that is John.
And thanks.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this through the 9 minutes.
Gesundheit. No, everyone should do that. But these people apparently just got drunk all the time and rode around town in the worst snowstorm blizzard ever in history. So you're driving a car and you have a beer. You're checking out the ladies. That's those sneakers. They're white and black. They should be easy to spot at the scene. Yes, they do. It's the worst blizzard in history. Why are we watching them having a conversation at a bar?
Well,
At
like,
least can
just
we
mark
find
it
out?
that he was there. We get it.
And did stream?
And Your Honor, for the record, I think we're at about 9 minutes and 41 seconds or so. Okay. So with reference to Steve McCarthy's, you went there and had some drinks, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
beer.
Is that sort of
Yeah.
typical for the two of you?
Yes,
Do you recall sort of, was that from the tap, a bottle, or something?
from the bottle.
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh my
drank?
God, who cares?
Bud Light.
And do you recall specifically that's what you had that night, or that's just what you typically had?
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
And if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your?
Great success. I don't know where you get that she despised him. There's no evidence to that other than
Yeah.
they had an argument a month before. I really don't get where you're at this case. You have had some strange takes.
Time and see if McCarthy's that.
I don't.
As far as yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of in relation to each other, how much you each had to drink?
Too much.
He wants
Not,
to just get
maybe
this
6
in so
beers.
badly.
And what I'm asking, sir, is it's not like, did one of you have 10 and one of you had 2, or was it sort of commensurate with each other?
Commensurate, one for one. I would,
So essentially, you're buying rounds as you go along.
correct.
Now,
Your questions are so stupid, Lally. Come on.
from your time at CF McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good.
So no arguments, no fighting, anything like that? to recall?
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
You're only
Now,
open,
Ms.
with
Gilman,
the
if I could
buttons,
ask you to
buddy.
take this down and go to the third video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6 minute and 10-second mark through the 7 minute mark. And when you get to 6 minutes, you could just mark. Now, Mr. Cameron, I'm directing your attention to the screen, if you could, from the parties that were, within your group sort of that night at the bar. If you could just direct the jury's attention to who is who, or who, if anyone, you recognize.
Kurt,
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr.
He's
Roberts
wearing a
now
belt
joined
under
your
that
group.
shirt, right, Jimmy?
correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could
Looks
just
like to
play it.
me.
If you could pause that, please. Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts, was he a drinker as well?
Yes,
From a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into frame or coming to join your group?
Karen Reed,
And so from this, is this about the time that she entered the establishment or came into the bar?
yes.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at CF McCarthy's that night?
She was drinking out of a glass.
And if you know, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass as far as a straw, fruit, anything like that?
A straw, maybe.
Maybe.
And what, if anything,
Hey, Bev.
did you know what was in the glass?
Bev, do you remember yesterday where you said it's not a maybe question or a guess question? Did you remember or don't you?
I think
You
maybe
forgot-
a straw. I don't know.
A straw,
clear.
maybe.
Maybe.
I didn't.
Yeah, but they're drinking Bud Light, Brandon.
As far as you could tell what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry to keep
I
jumping
don't
back
get
and forth.
vodka. Vodka is a mixer. You don't
Ms.
drink.
Gilman, if you could
what you
just
need.
hit play again and let it run, excuse me, to the 7 minute mark.
I don't think he knows what she ordered. It didn't sound like it.
Look at them arguing. She's yelling in his face, Jamie.
Oh my God.
Look at that
so
stare.
angry.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from this same third video in this exhibit of the CF McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark, pause there.
Can I just point out how this chick looked at John before? Oh, he's going to the toilet, and she just left him.
And if you could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds, just about 15 seconds.
That's not the glass they found at the scene. That was a whiskey tumbler.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down now. So Mr. Camerano, you indicated that your son was at Luz Elementary School for a play or something.
Yeah, hospice, yes, but she hated that kiss. She was seething within, and then she got drunk enough to do what she wanted to do because she hated that SOB. You could tell it. The way she did you see how she grabbed that drink? She couldn't get it fast enough. She had to get liquid courage to unalive him. Wow, wow, wow.
You sound like something Grant just wrote right now. I guarantee
Yeah.
you just typed that up too.
Yeah, and unless that drink was with 25 shots in it, there was more soda there than should be in any drink.
So is that correct?
He was for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go that evening?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
In a snowstorm?
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else?
Oh,
He was
what if
skating.
anything else?
That little party.
But you said it.
Well,
Why
let me
did you
ask
have
you,
to
was he a
stop?
hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skate, he's in the
Skating,
backyard.
yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
And at some point with relation to that, what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave C.F. McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to go get him.
And
Were you
do
drunk?
recall about what time that was that you left C.F. McCarthy's to go get him?
I mean,
I don't recall.
yeah, probably. They live in Massachusetts. What do you expect?
Now, from the group that you were with, as far as yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone, left first?
I believe Kurt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Kurt left?
Kurt just got up and left.
So
Kurt
sort of
just
a
was
Irish
out of
goodbye?
there.
Yeah, Irish goodbye, yes.
Kurt was
That's
a
something he's
ninja.
known for.
Yes.
We
And
called them
about when
ninjas. The
was that
guys who
in
just
relation to
disappear when you're out drinking. That's
Not
ninjas.
too soon after.
I'm sorry, not too soon after or not too soon before?
I left after probably, I'd like to say 15 minutes after Kurt left.
Kurt was just out of there.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't
with the
know
court's
why.
permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish just 2 more segments from this.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. We
Ms.
call
Gilman,
that
if
a
I could
Baker
direct your
goodbye.
attention to the 4th video. 4th one down.
Yeah, I'm starting to like him. It's Lally that's annoying.
And if I could ask you to forward it to about 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Good place.
Is she sitting on his chair? Where's Karen? Yeah, she's sitting on his chair. He's standing behind. What? Isn't she? Or is she at the toilet? No,
she
she's
was on
standing
the
there.
chair.
She's standing in front, talking to the guy in the white cap. She's telling him, you say 22.2 miles per hour is the correct speed?
Now, Ms. Cameron, from your looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman, is that correct?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
And do you know
Sully,
his
of course his
first name
name's
or anything
Sully.
beyond just Sully?
Sully, I don't know his first name.
And how is it that you know him?
Kids play baseball with his son.
So in addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Mr. Roberts, does he have a son that's around the same age?
Correct.
And this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with the 3 of your kids?
Correct.
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be?
He just happened to be there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and just run to about the 20-minute mark or so. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could move that forward again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds.
No, you have not, Julie. But we're at the bar. That's the
And
fun part.
if you could, just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds to just about 10 seconds.
This is the first bar they went to, Julie.
Yeah. And we spent an hour talking about when he met his wife 45 years ago.
And so, Mr. Camerano, did you see yourself
And
in
what
that
the
portion of
code is
video?
for John's
Yes.
phone
And you know what you were doing at that time?
home.
Leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
Hey.
And then you left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Aw, what a good
Ms.
guy.
Gilman, you
later.
can take that down, please.
So nothing else to add. See you later, buddy. Nice to know you.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Camerano, you left there and went to pick up your son, is that correct?
Yes.
And following picking up your son, where did you go?
Back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that time?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter?
Correct.
And you recall approximately what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, did you park on the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up your?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Jesus.
Now, as far as from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see the McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned or any damage or
Nothing.
anything like that?
Let him
Everything
go.
looked normal.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek.
How
to
much did your
publish
daughter weigh when she was born?
Another
What's
Yeah.
your star
video
sign?
or
And she
two. From
popped right
Exhibit
out.
6.
What was her
Okay.
weight? Really, all I gotta say
And at this
is
time, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the driveway again, video 152.
oh my God.
And it's probably to say, and these are the last videos we have. We have none of the videos for when she returns home, and she had access to the ring cam. The daughter said,
Oh, breaking news.
yeah, but so did Proctor.
Yeah. Proctor's shady butt had access to a lot of stuff.
I just saw Turtle Boy wrote, "I'm happy I didn't make it into court today. This is painful." It is.
Yeah, because Grant was being a little a-hole, as usual.
Yeah, we're gonna watch that in a break.
You need to have a talk with him.
Ms. Gilman, you can stop that.
Yes, they are trying to say that the computer that was inside John's house is what she used
Now,
to
from that
manipulate
video,
the ring cam
152
to
that was
hide her
just up on
crime.
screen, so can you describe for the jury,
And then
excuse me, just as
keep
sort
the
of what-
video when she
what was
backs
going on
into
in
his
that video?
car.
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline, and my son, Michael, was with me. Yes, all three of us.
No,
And
not
where'd
her
you go from
phone.
Home.
His phone only.
And when you,
Yeah, his phone.
She didn't have access from her phone to the ring camera. There was a PC at the house and his phone. And there's missing ring cam, and there's nothing on the ring cam from, I believe, 11:30 or 12:30 or something, and then until she leaves the house in the morning. And they are implying she went to the computer and deleted it because
I
the
mean-
daughter said she had access to the ring cam via that PC. So she
Yeah.
should have done it in the middle of the night when she came home from the house. You should be able to see when it's deleted, or before she left in the morning.
Right? And can't they find that stuff out?
I don't know. I don't have a
If they
ring
can't,
camera.
then they shouldn't be able to imply anything. Because
No.
ring cameras
Oh,
are
let me
not
ask-
completely 100% accurate. Believe me, I have quite a few, and they don't always pick up everything. So
Changed that her tail light was broken when she came home, so you can't see it when she pulls into the grass, which you wouldn't be able to do anyway because it's on the wrong side. So she hides the facts and then she purposefully backs into John's car to crash the tail light, to crash the tail light. That's what the chatter I get from the other side.
ask you this first. During the time that you were at C.F. McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye?
No,
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed that you were leaving to go pick up your son.
yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the evening?
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what, if anything, was across the street?
There's another bar room.
That's the waterfall?
Waterfall, yes.
You familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes.
Where is that in relation to CF McCarthy?
Across the street to the left. If you were coming out of CF McCarthy's.
A walking distance, is that correct?
Correct.
He said across the street, so
And-
yes.
You leave, you get your son, you pick up your daughter at Mr. O'Keefe's house, and then you go home, correct?
Correct.
And when you get home, about how much longer were you up before you went to bed?
Wasn't up much longer.
And when you typically go to bed, what, if anything, did you do with your phone?
Oh my God.
Put them on the charger.
Where's the charger located in reference?
In the kitchen.
What do you wear to bed?
And when,
Do you wear socks?
following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
5:30, 6 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
And essentially one personal, one work, is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
1 phone at that time.
Was that your work? Or-
My personal phone.
And get up, you hear that, you look at your phone, what, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen and missed calls from my wife's work.
Aw. I mean, it is
And
sad.
when you say
His
missed
friend.
calls, we're talking about one call, several calls,
Several calls.
any voicemails that you recall associated with those calls?
I don't recall.
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your wife about this?
My wife said to me that John.
Case sustained.
That's hearsay, you idiot. Oh, it's hearsay. You can't tell him what your wife told him. You know this. You just wanted him to have a little cheer joker.
Yeah.
It's yeah, he was at the bar. There was no ill will. He didn't hear Karen say anything bad. But we know his daughter got into a school, which Jen McCabe apparently unrolled John's daughter from. And then we learned they were going out drinking, and he's a drunk driver. And his son lost a tooth. And one of the buddies is a bar ninja.
So, Mr. Camerano, you call your wife, and what, if anything, is it in general that you tell her?
She tells me that John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that?
She just she said she's received phone calls from
From whom?
Karen.
Okay. And then based
Come on,
on
Lily.
that, you have a conversation with your wife about John's niece and nephew, is that right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes.
And so based on that information, what is it that you do?
I realize that Kaylee's home alone, so I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick,
No.
what, if
Clean
anything,
the
do you
car
have to know?
I clean the snow off the front windshield.
Oh my God.
Could you
And again, you
drive?
sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the condition of the garage doors at that point?
When I pulled in, I could tell the door, the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
What, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee. I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors at that point?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down. The door.
And at some point, how did you get the?
So there's a red rope. I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors. There's 2 side locks on the garage door, and I went out through the side garage door.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and you pulled into the driveway.
Because he was at a bar with John that night
Do you
and
recall how
Karen.
many vehicles were in the driveway?
The
when you
rest
got
is
there?
just BS.
Yes.
And how many?
2,
And whose vehicles were?
John's and Karen's.
And John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter?
The same
Same
place.
spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation?
Did you
to
see the tail light was
It was
broken?
pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking about?
Correct. Mhm.
And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus?
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
So
Now, at any point in
John
time, when you
was
initially
kind
got
of
the call
a
from your wife,
psycho,
did you
wasn't he?
yourself reach out to John? at
Yeah.
any point?
I did not.
R.I.P.
Russian bot, don't say the words, you're gonna jinx us. It happened 2 days ago. Someone mentioned,
If I may. I
oh,
would
no
just,
smacking today.
publish
And the
a
next
few more
witness smacked
videos
more
from
than
Exhibit
any
6, the driveway
witnesses.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, from those, first starting with video 155, and essentially it's going to go 155 through 158. If you could pause it. And Mr. Camerata, you recognize what's up on screen again?
Yes, my car.
Is this sort of when you're pulling in to get killed?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle. And is that essentially from what you observed there, that's where it was the entirety of the time that you were there?
Yes.
So nobody else came to the home during the time that you were there to pick up Haley and shoveling out the snow from the garage?
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run.
Why are we not seeing it?
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the next video, 156.
That's wind. Exactly, Dory. She knew John couldn't get angry at her. Did you notice that big cracked tail light? That's all I want to. All the questions. I don't care about the garage door being open. I want to hear. Did you see the cracked tail light? He should have the perfect vantage point to see it. Look at that car behind them going normal speed. Worst blizzard ever.
Ms. Gilman, next video, 157.
She parked it out there when she went home after they had picked up Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe.
Yeah.
Now he goes up and looks at the tail light and states it's clearly broken. Hey, Sean Flynn, Standing Stones.
Hi, Sean.
Oh, his daughter can testify that the tail light is broken because she came out of the car too. Show us the evidence, you stupid cameraman. Well, I would slam it into a tree and said I slid off the road.
Last thing, Ms. Gilman, video 158.
Did any of you notice that big broken tail light?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that car in the background. Goes by easy, no problem. And he must really hate that he sets his ring camera up so every car going past on the road makes it go off. Did you see the broken tail light when you sat there now? Go up and look at that broken tail light. Call the police and said, "Oh, the tail light's broken." He didn't. He was way closer than the police. He didn't notice it.
Gilman, you can take that. And so, Mr. Camerano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were played before the jury? Is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as just
Karen went to Jennifer McCabe's house, got her and Carrie Roberts. They drove the car back to the house, then got into Carrie Roberts' car and drove out and found John. Later in the day, she called John's brother and said, "Is it okay I come by the house to pick up some come by the house?" And he said, "Okay." She was at the house for 30 minutes, then took her car and went to her mom and dad's house.
yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And so where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. Get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they're hanging out.
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee
I don't know.
leave your house or where does she go from there?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Aw. Poor guy.
Thank you
And
very
has
much.
been married for a long time. Oh,
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
Finally. Good God.
Mr. Camerado, just a few questions. You and your wife did spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you consider John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is the truth sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it was called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
What happened?
what's happening? Hello. Did the cameraman fall asleep?
See if Boston 10 has it or whatever.
Just gonna try to refresh it. Nope. I'll find another feed. Maybe it's from the courtroom. It could be. Nope, because I'm finding another stream. Sorry, all. They switched back to Lawn and Crim's studio to show an empty chair. That's the high quality you get from Lawn and Crim.
John, one of your best friends.
But
good
luckily,
Uh,
Court TV is
in
behind.
fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, isn't it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it's called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
I don't recall.
You remember being at an open house and a tour of Bishop with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and John's niece?
I do recall being in an auditorium. I do.
Yeah, big auditorium, big tour of the school.
Yes.
In hopes of all the kids getting in.
Yes.
Okay. To make sure it's the right fit for the kids.
Correct.
And Karen was there, sort of as a
She was.
matriarch for John's niece.
Yes.
Your daughter spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You
Correct.
liked Miss Reed.
Correct.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
You never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury, and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering. They would just banter together.
I guess so. Yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids, like he wouldn't like that stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe
geez.
spoiling.
God
children
forbid.
Yes.
a bit.
Yes.
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
Correct. Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Ms. Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described the situation in which Ms. Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish she hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Yes.
All right. You would agree there are worse things in the world than spoiling a child.
Correct.
I'll let it stand.
Yeah, try to hurry and
Never
get in
heard
that
Mr. O'Keefe
lally.
hint
Jesus.
at the idea of breaking up with Ms. Reed.
Not that I can recall.
I want to turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video, and you explained what was happening in the video, where some cars were being jostled around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Miss Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes,
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow. Is that right?
correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes.
You saw a video that Mr. Lally played for you of the moment. There are several videos, but I want to direct your attention or your memory to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location, how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yes.
Why, Lally?
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Would you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
They kissed. Yeah.
Would you
Why is that
consider a
hard to
kiss
say?
affectionate?
Yes.
They hug each other, correct?
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her?
Yes.
Okay. They seemed happy to see each other. is what I
Yes.
heard.
No, but she looks like that the entire time. That's
You didn't observe while you were
sadly
at
something you
McCarthy's
can't
with
work on.
them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No.
Matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing. Would you describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes.
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, John.
All right, Mr. Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir. All right, jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
Jurors, if you'd fold and close your notebooks, placing them on your chairs, taking your belongings.
What's funny, Jamie?
All rise, jury out.
I saw the corner kisser.
Well, someone asked if it was a corner kiss, so I was just trying to see if it was the same picture.
Yeah.
Jamie,
Baker.
you know, I only love one person. I
Yourself.
like you, but I love one person.
And that is
We're not yet.
Grant.
Ahead of you, and I stood for it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Fucking accused rapist. You want me to tell them about the text messages and the video you sent of you raping Lindsay? Fucking accused rapist. Get out of my fucking line. Fuck you. Fuck you.
He is a special man.
We're not yet because she was here ahead of you, and I stood for it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Fucking accused rapist. You want me to tell them about the
Why is his sweatpants sagging so much? And why is his sweatshirt too short? And why is he wearing those glasses and not a cap with a forehead that big? Well, that's a 5 head. You should wear a cap.
He looks smelly.
Yeah. And he uses the F word a lot. YouTube, I didn't condone, I just show reality. This is my one true love, Grant Smith Ellis. Sadly, he blocked me on YouTube because I called him Doink the Clown, which I find totally unreasonable. He looks like Doink the Clown. Yeah, but I can see the string on front of his pants. I bet those are crusty pants as well. It's just Doink the Clown talking to Turtle Boy.
Yeah, because Turtle Boy was trying to get in today.
Yeah, he got a press pass.
He got a press pass. He was gonna get in today, but here's Grant acting like he owns the place.
Grant, because he's a good journalist. He does look like Doink the Clown.
Text messages and the video you sent of you raping Lindsay? Fucking accused rapist. Get out of my fucking line.
Get out
Did
of
you know
my line.
how he said he raped Lindsay and then he changed it to accused rapist because that's a defamation lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah.
So, but look at this stud of a man. Why? Come on, fella. There's a string right here. You can just pull them up on over your hips and tie them in. And stop smoking so much weed, Grant. You sound stupid.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Again, you don't need to have a plumber's crack. It's just not a good look.
And those poor guys right there, like, what's going on?
Yeah, that. Oh, okay, that happened.
Oh.
That's my buddy Grant. We used to have a lot of fun on. Well, we didn't have fun. He used to write something that was so stupid, I needed to write, "Doink the Clown, stop smoking weed," and then he blocked me. I don't know why.
You have no idea.
Yeah. Krusty Killer Clown. No, Lally is doing his absolute best to make this case. I believe. I just think he's really, really bad, and he had an inept police department running this trial. And this is the first we hear about John. 7 days in is the first time we really hear about John. And what was it? Karen and him, yeah, they had arguments because she was too nice to the kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those were the arguments. She was spoiling them. Shame on her.
Yeah, I know some women has that where they kind of walk with their pelvis forward, but guys having that, it's not a good look, buddy. Yeah, I wanted Croc cowboy boots. They're sold out. Is there a recall button?
I have Crocs.
Yeah. Who's John? John's the victim. But I totally understand if you didn't know that because we haven't talked about him so far.
I know, right?
They did nothing but make the victim look worse. Yeah, because it was him who was an a-hole. If there was snow in his garage, he would be mad.
And then arguing about her buying the kids some stuff.
Yeah.
That's what we got.
He doesn't have the money to see the chiropractor because he has a negative bank balance, but he still won't unblock me. I upped my offer to $25 if he unblocked me on Twitter. Those prime drinks aren't cheap, Jamie. I need to get my boy back in court and in prime health.
How much do they cost per bottle?
I don't know. No one wants to buy them in Denmark, so I got this one for like 70 cents.
70 cents.
Yeah, and it tastes horrible, but it's easy to have with me at the computer. I wonder if Lally expect all his EMT witnesses to get up there and completely lie and get caught in it. No, he must have known that only because he said it in his opening. Some of them will testify that she said, I hit him. Yeah, but more people testified she didn't say that. Even people who were supposed to corroborate other witnesses didn't corroborate what they said. So this is absolutely some of the worst lawyering I've seen from a DA. We yelled at the Zachariah Anderson case because he just lied, but Lally, he never has his exhibits in order.
Nope.
He
doesn't know what
asks
he's
every question, what if anything, and all his witnesses get steamrolled by the defense.
He has a. Oh, that man.
Oh, anyone know if Grant have a PO box?
Why? What are you gonna do? Oh. Oh. That'd be so funny.
Yeah, they also set up the victim drank to excess on regular. Yeah, and this guy who had to take his son to the hospital drove drunk. Apparently, everyone, because they want to say, well, she did a DUI. Yeah, everybody did a DUI in that town that night. It appears so. It's so stupid. To go
He
for
couldn't
$6
even say
in
what she had to
Kamikali.
drink. So
Well, she had a vodka drink, but that was what vodka soda. I'll bet you there was like 1 or 2 shots in that glass, and it was a tall boy. I'll need to see that glass up close to see if it compares to the one we saw yesterday in the bottom of. I still think it's a whiskey tumbler. But if she drank vodka sodas, they claim she took 10 shots of vodka. Why would she go from drinking vodka sodas to just slamming shots? That's something I do when I'm out and it becomes around 1 a.m. and people say, "Hey, they have 10 shots for 100 Danish." Sounds like a great idea. Let's do 10 shots. And it's not like a lady drinking vodka soda's just gonna slam vodka right after. She doesn't seem like the girl who's a fun party girl. And again, a vodka soda, I don't know how much one of those glasses have, but let's say she had 2 or 4 centiliters of vodka in those. That's banana. I don't know what you Americans. How do you figure out how big a shot is? Do you do it in ounces or?
yeah, like 1 ounce start.
Yeah, so it's banana ounces. If she had 1 or 2 banana ounces, and then she had half a soda on top of it, you don't hammer those home. You will be peeing like a horse if you slam 10 of them. And if a lady her size slams 10 shots, she won't be walking straight for a week. I'm believing more and more after seeing that because if she was a hardened drinker, maybe she took 10 shots, but she's what, $1.40 or something, $1.20. If she took 10 shots at the waterfall, she would be passed out in the car. I have drunk heavily with ladies before. They don't last that long. Yeah, they claim because she bought 10 shots at the waterfall that she slammed 10 whiskey shots. And you can't possibly tell me she drank 10 vodka sodas because she would be in the toilet all night, especially with her bowel condition. And slamming 10 shots, I don't see that happening. You don't measure your drinks in feet. I'm thinking you're a commie like the last witness. And why was he a commie? Because he's a union worker. She's not. I don't. Again, American numbers are just coconuts. I don't know. You walk, you're fine. After 10 shots, we'll never know if there was yellow snow. Well, if she was drinking 10 large vodka sodas, that might have been yellow snow. Yeah, you can drink, but you can also give me a Glasgow kiss, so I won't be coming to Scotland. £100, if that. Yeah, and then 10 shots in a £100 lady, and you're telling me, yeah, she was fine. They had her estimated blood alcohol level, and that was somewhere between around legal driving. I think legal driving in Massachusetts is 0.08, and I think they had her at maybe 0.1 or 0.111, and up to 0.25, 24, something like that. 0.24. If you're not a regular drinker, you're passed out. You are so heavily intoxicated you can't walk. And they want to tell you this 100-pound little lady who she looks a little bit more refined than just sitting at home with the Grey Goose. Well, there's a video apparently of her buying it and a receipt. You can't order more than 2 drinks at a time in Massachusetts unless they are specifically for someone else. Commies. Yeah, Stone said that's worse. What if any with the coconuts and banana? Well, I don't do American numbers. I can't figure out. I can do pounds because I know 1 kilo is roughly 2.2 pounds. And I kind of can do gallons because rough numbers, now it's 3.75. A gallon is roughly 4 liters. So I can kind of do that math. But ounces and cups and get on the metric system. Stop being weird. If I was that drunk, I'd wake up without my boyfriend beside me in bed and absolutely not give AF. Yeah. When I DD, my water with a twist is often served in glass like we saw. Yeah, a tall boy. But the bottom of the glass, it looked like a tumbler to me. But let's see it compared to one of those glasses. Put that next to it and say, you can clearly see it's then I'll buy it. But why is it underneath him outside of the car if she was drinking it? Did he say, I'm going to finish the rest of your drink, honey bunny? Or did she toss it? Oh, that's where the cut to the back of his head, Jamie. She tossed it at him while reversing the car, cut it back of his head. He turned around, got knocked back, and fell on the glass.
Yeah.
I solved the case.
Solved it.
No, we saw them liking each other at a bar. We saw a guy testifying that, yeah, John was an a-hole because he got mad if Snow got in his garage or if she bought nice things for the kids. They'd argue like anyone else. That's the testimony we spent roughly 2 hours on. Because Lally needed to know the star sign of every first male-born child in Canton.
Well, at least we got to the bar.
Yeah.
Look,
Please draw a pic on my post-it.
We're on the up and up. We're at the bar now. So that makes me happy. Well, the glass wasn't. Oh, jeez, oh, Pete. The glass wasn't like completely broken either. So I'm still waiting on how all this glass cut him up and it was bedded in the tail or the bumper and all that fun stuff. Can't wait.
And then it's a pig. It's not a certain Austrian painter.
Oh my God.
But I'm running out of ink.
Right, Becca? Hallelujah. We're finally at the bar.
Yeah. Imagine living in Massachusetts and being such a see you next Tuesday that you get mad about snow in your garage. This victim made me really not like witness made me really not like the victim. But there's never snow in Massachusetts. This is the first time it ever snowed in Massachusetts.
Oh, what did you gotta click make a short for Lally going.
I have clips set because K-Square was so nice to give me the Stream Deck, I have a function in it so I can just press it and make a clip in, so I can go back in StreamYard
Me
and find
too.
it.
So we can.
So
I want to hear Lally say, "What was that again?" Oh, a snowstorm? Huh? Oh yeah.
yeah,
That was my favorite.
can you repeat that? A
Can
snowstorm.
you repeat
Oh,
that one more time?
that's,
Idiot.
who decides which stone we use? Probably the King of England. I think that's how the British do their measuring. When a new king is appointed or queen, they go out in the garden and they just lift up a random stone and said, "This be the stone we measure by." And that's how British people measure everything. They're weird people.
This be the snow.
Stone, not snow,
Sorry.
Jamie. They
Oh.
don't. They measure on stones, not snow. Yeah, where are we going after this witness? Are we gonna get? Are we gonna have everyone who was at the bar talking about their kids, their wives, the snow?
Well, it means we're gonna be getting into the group
Yeah, but it
finally,
doesn't
hopefully.
matter, Jamie. We saw the videos. We saw one guy testify. Yeah, I took John out drinking. Other people were there. Unless they can come in and tell me, she said, "I want to unalive you with a hammer or a car." I really don't want to hear about it. I know he was at a bar. There's nothing. There's as long as there's no animosity at the bar, there's nothing to talk about. That's the thing in the Laurie Ann Phillips case. They were fighting at the bar because he was jealous. He was looking at someone else. This is a couple, to me, seemed perfectly fine with each other. Maybe even, do I dare say the L word?
What
They
is the
look
L
kind of
word?
in love with each other.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
I
I know.
meant this will open the door to now getting finally into some Alberts and McCabe's showing up. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I do jazz hands sometimes when I might be Italian. I talk with my hands a lot sometimes.
I might be Italian.
My favorite so far was the veteran police detective that doesn't know what evidence tape is. Yeah, that was kind of care. And still, I put it in a brown evidence bag. Is that the bag? Yeah, it looks like it. It's a Stop and Shop bag. Yeah, it kind of looks the same. Yeah, but if Bev had such a hard on yesterday for not wasting time, she should admonish when she comes back from the break. She should have been checking out my ex and say, "Hey, Mr. Lally, buddy, next time you can say you're friends with John. Yeah, you met him at the bar. Yeah, did you see anything? No. Bye. See you later." You don't have to go into, "Oh, my kid played with him once in the second grade." And amazingly enough, I know it snowed because I had gotten new patio furniture and I was afraid that it might get damp. So I moved it 4 days before this accident into my garage. And I was never at the scene. I was never with anyone, but I painted my patio furniture for this season yesterday. It was such an it's a really good patio furniture. Oh, yeah. Why did you buy it? Lowe's? Oh, that's a good store. Yeah. Do you know they have snow clearing equipment at Lowe's as well? Yes, I
Really?
buy all my snow blowing leaf blowers at Lowe's.
Oh
This
wow.
is brought to you by Lowe's. That's probably called something else. Oh, it gets so mad. If they can't find his hat and belt, the defense should hammer in on those missing items. They will. They will. They'll probably try to when they have him describe his clothes, saying, "Did he have that hat on when you left?" or something like that. Apparently, he had done it before, stayed out after a drinking. So that's probably why she got angry on the phone with him. Everyone should start using aluminium. Of course, they should. What else would you call it? And the box he lifted the broken glass out of was covered in the red evidence tape. Yeah. Never seen it before. He just
Weird.
opened those bags earlier in the day.
They had to open them to make sure there was actually evidence in there, because who knows? Probably, oops, we forgot to put it in there.
On my post-it, draw a snowstorm, at least 100 individual flakes, and a snowy blowy, and a frosty holding the blower, and a self-portrait, and a map of Toronto. Well, I'll get right on it.
Oh, Zach.
I don't know how Toronto looks.
I don't either. Does it look like a maple leaf? Aluminum. What did he say it a different way and I missed it?
Aluminium. Aluminium.
Aluminium, that's what you said, didn't you?
Yeah, because that's the way it's said.
Aluminium? No. Aluminum.
Aluminium. That's where they say it in Denmark.
Yeah. I'm curious to see where this goes today, who we're going to get today.
Hopefully something.
Oh boy. What was found, Ariel? Yeah, just let him win, everybody.
Let who win?
You.
Win what?
I said, let Baker win. Baker wins the aluminum argument. I said, just let him win.
Aluminium. So, Zach, here's the 100 flakes and the snowstorm. Some of them move so fast you can't see them. This is a snowy blowy. And Frosty holding the blower. He has his hands on his head. Self-portrait, it's me doing the blowy. And this is kind of, you have the shoreline of Toronto, those two little peninsulas, and the road net. Quest completed. She had a
Got what you
whiskey drink
wanted.
and a vodka drink, and a vodka drink and a lager drink, and a cider drink. That's from a song, Jamie. You're too young to know that.
Isn't that like,
Aluminium.
what song is that? Is that Chumbawamba?
Yeah.
Are you singing some Chumbawamba?
A snowy blowy. Yeah. That's one of those.
I know, right? He says that all the time, Lefty.
Your rants need to be more based and louder. Well, I'm not angry yet, Lefty. I'm just pointing out Bev should jump into the sun. I'm not going to sit here and yell at all these nice people who are watching us while we take a 10-minute break that's now lasted for...
Someone said Court is back. Did you?
Where?
People. I don't know. Rachel said it and Chris said it.
Now it's back. It's because Court TV is on a delay.
We're back in session, you may be seated.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Catherine Camerano.
No.
Oh, Jesus. You better not She better told him, don't you dare start asking those same questions. If they're not new questions, get her out of here.
Step up and
Well, at least she didn't go to the house, so we don't gotta watch 85
The
ring
solemnly
cameras.
swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case that hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yep.
Slide right up and close to the mic.
Nice and close to that microphone and speak nice and loudly. Thank you.
Yeah, to read the text messages.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Wiley.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Catherine Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
It's
My
not
husband,
in-
Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And
Oh my God.
starting with the 16-year-old, was that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And the 13-year-old, was that a boy or a girl?
boy.
And as far as activities are concerned with your kids, do they play sports or do they do other sorts of activities?
They play
Sir.
sports. Yep.
Bev,
And which sports
Come on,
does
Bev.
your 16-year-old daughter play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but
She played
mostly
football.
soccer and softball.
football.
And your 13-year-old son, what if any sports
Hockey,
player doesn't play?
hockey and baseball.
Now, do you work, man?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been working as a nurse?
21 years.
And
Did she
your husband,
see
does he
Karen
work?
at the
He does.
hospital?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he?
Oh, he's a commie. He works for a union.
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years, actually.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Oh my God.
Married
Now,
20 years, 20 years, 2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to
Yeah, she plays on your team, Flux.
January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
And starting with the Friday of the 28th, were you working that day?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
Jamie, tell me that's not a thing you do in America.
What?
Working 7P to 7A. What the hell?
I was just thinking, like, why'd you say it that way?
Oh, freaking fucking. She has a 5-head, if I ever saw a 5-head.
That's not a very flattering haircut.
And around this time of January 2022, when you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like Friday?
Hopefully to tell us she saw John at the hospital. Other than that, she is just there to say, I had some text conversations with John. John was out drinking with my husband. Later, someone called me and I called my husband to say John was missing. That's all she can say because she has no factual evidence of the crime scene, no evidence of what happened at John's house. Why are we talking about what her stupid kids are doing for stupid sports? Probably lovely kids, but this is a murder trial. This is not a murder trial where we need 5 weeks of criminal financial crimes. This is
And we already got that information in with her husband about the kids going to school and stuff. So, like, come on.
all back.
Friday night, they went to Johnny's house a lot, and the kids hung out, and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
Now, starting with Johnny, who you refer to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know John?
My husband got introduced to him, and then the girls started hanging out probably 2018, fourth grade. The boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to his niece Kaylee and your daughter, how did they know each other?
They first met on the soccer team, probably soccer. Yes, they met soccer fourth grade. Or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline. Basketball team, fourth or fifth grade. And then quickly by the fifth, sixth grade, they were like best friends attached to the hip.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew Patrick, in relation to your son, were they?
It's not important.
They
Larry,
played
you
baseball
idiot.
together.
And outside of baseball, were they friendly as well?
Yes.
And so a typical Friday night would be you were at work.
If I really needed to know the quadratic formula, she would suddenly be kind of hot. I don't know. She could play the Brainiac.
Your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Correct.
You knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
And where was that?
On Meadows Ave.
About how far away from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on one Meadows Ave?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
So fairly short distance?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th, you were at work and you know what sort of the plan was with reference to the rest of the family?
Michael, my son, was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were gonna hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were gonna potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, around specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them and their school?
It wasn't that she worked 7 to 7. There was that she worked 7 p to 7 a. That sounded like something a Valley girl would say.
They had just got into Bishop Ian High School that day.
And at this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th. They were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop Ian, and got their acceptance letters that day?
Yep.
And what, if any, conversations do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
Now, at some point, well, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, like using plural, as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his kids, and he have with regard to
I worked weekends, and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together. It was like a well-oiled machine.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, at some point did you come to know someone by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
She was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the defendant, Ms. Reed,
Hi, Danielle.
prior to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Yeah, probably 2 years.
There was sometime during the COVID pandemic you met her?
Yeah, yep.
And as far as you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
And so during the course around this time of January 2022, general time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
And sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of at a game or
Oh,
How's your house?
anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you have sort of outside of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
About how often would you do that?
Well, the kids were around mostly, but maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
And at some point, you're still at work. You're working an overnight. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the rest of your family, being your husband and the kids, they came home at some point.
they did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house, so I know when somebody opens the door. I can check at work, and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed, and if I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless you approve.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when she called you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Now, you're at work and when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning lab, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m. Somewhere early
As far
morning.
as this sort of screaming, as far as where's Mike, what, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
That first call? I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes.
And ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a document for you.
Mhm.
I'm going to direct your attention to this second paragraph on the page. If you could just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Her husband at least remembered everything. They must have talked about this, knowing kind of where they were going.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know if that was.
Anything further, may I approach
Yep.
this retreat now?
Yes.
Oh,
Because a lot
yeah,
of these
sorry.
questions suck. He's confusing everybody.
And so, Ms. Camerano, after reading what I just placed before you, is your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you heard in the background of that
Yeah.
initial call?
I could hear Kaylee in the background.
And you hang up on that call, and then what did you do?
Call Michael. And
At any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times. Did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he never answered. No.
And so after you called your husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do then?
I called either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background, that someone had called Jen too.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kaylee, correct?
Yep.
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background?
Yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone...
Like it sounded, sorry.
No. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her
Madeline.
voice on the sideline.
Yeah, yep.
And did you know her?
Who's
personally?
Madeline?
I knew her as Madeline's
Madeline,
coach.
her daughter?
Oh,
Is it Madeline, her daughter?
no.
And at some
Madeline's
point you were talking
coach.
to
Who was that?
Kaylee
Jen?
on the phone, correct?
Yes.
So
And
Jen
what is it
McCabe
that
was
you
the
were
coach
saying?
of Madeline. Her
Oh,
daughter.
I was just saying to her,
I stoned out.
is everybody okay? And she said they're gonna go out looking for him. I think she said they were gonna go out looking, or she went out, she's gonna go out. No one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her. And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Kerry. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
Now, the second phone call, you're talking to Kaylee, and you can hear the defendant talking to Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you hear one side of the conversation or both sides of the conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I don't really recall 100%.
But as far as the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation in addition to that do you recall?
the recap tried to put in that a tail light was broken, wasn't allowed to do it. This is the wife of the previous victim, the previous witness. The previous witness was out drinking with John, said John and Karen were fine. And John was kind of an a-hole because he got mad if there was snow in his garage. And that John wasn't wearing much clothes. And that he woke up at 7 in the morning because his wife had phoned him that John was gone. That's the recap so far, and it's only been almost 3 hours.
I don't.
And while these phone calls are going on, again, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation to your job while these phone calls are going back?
I'm trying to like in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out to the desk, out to the patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone, and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe sort of her, and by her I mean the defendant's demeanor while you heard her on the phone?
She was just like frantically screaming.
Have a great day, JVH.
Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now, during this time, you're working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and forth with patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And In addition
Is
to
it a
speaking
bad thing
on the
that she was
phone,
upset?
with
Jesus
the
Christ, come on.
defendant, and then Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to, or did you talk to that morning?
I talked to Carrie Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't
What?
know if I called her, she called me. And she said that I think that he was going to the hospital. And then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Carrie Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Carrie Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
Everyone knows everyone.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin. So I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
So of course she doesn't think they did anything to John.
Yeah. Well, great that you stay hydrated, Brandon. That's very important.
Just one moment, John.
Sure.
What, if any, relevance did this lady have, Jamie?
May I approach the
Nothing.
witness, John?
Yes.
She said nothing new that the guy said himself.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 48. And before I do that, I just need to show counsel what I'm showing you. May I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that box, white box sort of towards the top of the page, you see a listing as sort of participants of that conversation.
Yes.
That's a text conversation.
Yes.
And who is sort of listed as the participant within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
And is JJ another sort of name or nickname for John O'Keefe?
Yep.
And the content, there's two blue bubbles on the bottom of that page. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize the content of those bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
My text messages to him.
Don't listen to haters,
Text
Brandon.
messages you just testified about.
You're
as
a
far as
peacock.
telling John that
You need
morning.
to
Correct.
spread your wings and fly.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And about what time are the two text messages sent to Mr. O'Keefe according to that document?
5:10.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
That looks sounds saying.
Mhm.
Well, she's probably sick of him.
Yeah, but then tell him, I'm sick of you, you're stupid.
Now, Ms.
I'm
Camerano,
sick
you
of
had mentioned in your testimony that you had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Get to it, Lally.
Yeah.
Freaking go. He spends so much time on the two
Show you
most
another document here.
relevant people.
Ask that you look at that and look up when you're finished.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we
And
try
that
to be.
document, do those seem to reflect the calls that you have between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure. Could I please see that?
Oh, we can go live now. Oh, Jamie, this is infuriating. We spent almost 3 hours if we don't. And then we had 20 minutes late start. They took a 30-minute, 10-minute break. What's going on, Jamie?
I know. It is.
Yeah, you know what's going on. Tell me.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous, is what's going on.
We're at lunch in
She usually hits it like 1 o'clock.
an hour and 45, an hour and 15. Come on now, don't do this.
Lally.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. It feels like we've been going an entire day. I'm zoned out. I've been reading articles. I'm on Twitter yelling at
That
someone.
document, does that seem to be the phone calls and the timing of the phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed that morning?
Okay. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I won't
This is
be
turning into the
introduced
Vicene
in the next
case. It sounds really
Any objection,
interesting
Mr.
and just
Jackson?
gets boring.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, let's talk about how he died. A chick over on X who always said, "Oh, you're a grifter. You're just in it for the entertainment." Said, "Oh, you just want entertainment." No, I want to hear how he died. I don't give a flying F about who he played soccer with, or if he ever looked at this lady's forehead and thought, "It looks like the moon." I don't care. I want to know why the car hit him, how the car hit him, how the tail light got broken, why the tail light didn't show up for 4 days. I want to know that. I really don't give a F about text messages about, "Oh, congratulations, our daughters got into a school." Jesus. And everything takes an hour in this courtroom. That should take 2 seconds. Yeah,
This
she
is
should
not
really
prepared.
instruct Lally to just cut 95% of his
Turn
witnesses.
that to you, and it's now the mark.
Now this is going to haywire. Updated.
You see sort of to and from and sort of date times on there?
Yes.
And does it appear as if the earlier times are sorted towards the bottom and then it goes on in
Kind of.
time and chronology towards the top?
Yes.
Yeah, they're close. Yeah.
Scroll to sort of the bottom of the box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of.
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano, answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
And the box above that, number 5.
It looks like I called her at 4:56 on 1/29 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 4, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed.
Is this what we're doing?
At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can take that down.
Thank you.
Now, with respect, Cameron, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you have with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I was about to cancel my tickets, and then I remembered he will still be
Mr.
talking
Chairman,
about snow when I get back from Tennessee.
Asking if you could just
Mhm.
take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
How can it go so slowly?
And do you recognize what that what's in that document?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
it's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes,
And who does it state?
it's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Freaking God.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, then.
No. We're seeing text messages about nothing. I don't know. We haven't heard anything about her seeing him.
To you,
So-
and Your Honor, with the court permission, I would publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
I am
Now,
getting ready to
Ms.
get in my
Camerano,
car
I'd
and go
like
down
to,
there and bop him in the
direct your
face.
attention to sort of the content of this. There's
I'm actually sitting here thinking I could just go make some dinner and do a half an hour recap show instead of doing full days. This is absolutely infuriating. This is about the worst trial we ever covered. And it's the most
Shut up.
the intro to it has been the most exciting. And whenever Yannetti or Jackson talks, it's really exciting. But there's just 3 hours of lally between those exciting points. So you're sitting here and thinking, oh, I need a new pair of flip-flops. What should I get? Hummel, Adidas, maybe some Nikes. And then, oh, Yannetti talks. I better listen. This is so boring, Jamie.
essentially there's blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication?
What did
on
she
there
say
as
that's
far as,
so that you have to put in the evidence?
messages
Tell me.
from and who the messages to?
The
Are they
blue
out
bubbles
looking
would
for
be
her?
me texting
Him?
Karen.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could
I'm about ready
describe the
to.
jury, and we'll go through it as far as.
Yeah, because Brooks was a great trial when Judge Mummy didn't talk because he was an idiot. There's nothing happening in this trial unless it's Yannetti or Alan Jackson. The rest of the evidence is just, see, we have witnesses. Bev should really give him a stern talking to and say, you just put on 2 totally identical witnesses to speak for 3 hours and you got in some text messages not relating to anything. You need to speed this up, you idiot. These 2 witnesses should have been 30 minutes combined.
Who the text is from and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And, Ms. Gilman, if you could
Thank you,
scroll down.
Cynthia. I tried.
And this next level.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next level down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
If you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Terry and Jen.
And this is the text that you received
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
No, they can't object because
I mean, there's nothing to object to.
it's not really, it's just irrelevant.
I can't read that.
But remember, Bev twice told them
5:53,
yesterday,
does it say?
stop wasting our effing time.
Cumulative evidence is what she said. Because she
Yeah.
even yelled at defense about that's very
5:53,
cumulative.
yes.
Is this not cumulative?
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
Well, now she's texting with Karen in the car, so that's good.
Okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting. Ms.
I'm
Reed.
texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving? And then,
And why were you texting that or why were you concerned about that?
because she was so hysterical, I didn't want her driving.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message. And what if any response have you received from Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, scroll down to the next.
And I said, okay, keep me posted. At his
Well, she's
brother's
got a
or
clip
mom's,
in her
question
hair?
mark,
Why is she clip her hair up like that?
or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what if
Somebody
any?
have their phone on,
Ms. Hillman,
like an
if you could
idiot.
scroll down, and then what if any
Pick
response
Grant.
from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those steps?
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, W Bridgewater.
Happy birthday, Risa. I'm sorry. At least the weather is good.
Yeah.
Ms. Hillman, if you could scroll down again.
Yeah, Caitlin Albert should be today,
Right. I'm sorry. I'm just brainstorming.
in the middle of the week.
It's okay.
That's what they said.
So,
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
And that was a text you sent at approximately what time now?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And what was Ms.
Then-
Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from
6:34.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again?
What, Karen? Are you serious?
That's a blue bubble, your response to the last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
And then Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
He was in the snow.
And that last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at
Did she
6:36.
text you, I hit him? That's what I want to know. If not, then who cares?
And Mr. Officer, if you could collect that. Thank you. Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kelly, did you have any further conversation with them in regards to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Be done already.
so she said at 6:34 he was dead.
All right. Cross-examination?
That's all. That's what's what.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th.
Find the microphone.
You said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her
It's
after
the
that,
whole,
right?
it's
Yes.
this.
Yes.
I swear
Did
it's
you
this
reach out to
stream.
her, text message wise?
No.
Oh, you can clearly hear her.
Had been seized shortly thereafter from her.
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Cameron. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right?
Well,
All right, Ms.
also-
Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Jackson's trying to like talk lower to her.
So
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Kurt Roberts to the stand.
he was at the
Kurt
bar,
Roberts.
and we're
Is
going
this
to get into
Carrie
his.
Roberts' husband?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the
Well,
P
Kurt-
word.
Okay. So he's the guy that showed up and then just like snuck out. I mean, what is he really gonna say?
That they were having
So the
fun.
evidence of the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
They have 1,001 witnesses left. Legendary.
It's nice and loud into that microphone, thanks.
That she texted her friend at 6:34. He's dead. He was in the snow. That's about everything.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
A million.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
It was the wife of the previous guy, a friend of John's. Doesn't matter. Nothing.
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And,
These effing kids, Jamie. It doesn't matter.
Do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26
Is
years.
everybody equipment operator in Boston?
Work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about
So
how
she's a
long?
secretary.
I think about 18 years.
Of what?
And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me? I didn't-
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to you?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
How I've heard of an Irish exit because some people do it on streams. We just call it a bar ninja.
I grew up with him since 6th grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your 2 children?
Yes, he is, I believe, a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
In 8th of, like, not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes,
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
Hey, JD fan.
Named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to
Hey, JD.
his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff.
same baseball team. Yep.
So all 3 of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes.
This is so.
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
He did. He did. He moved to
Moved to?
One Meadows,
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
probably 2 or 3 miles,
Why are we
a
talking
lot
about
further
this?
away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved?
Sorry. This should be objection relevance. Now I'm getting angry with the defense. This is totally irrelevant what we're going through now. Where he used to live, the guy was dead on the front lawn of a Boston PD cop, and no one did a proper investigation. I don't give a smick.
Would have met.
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John. Now,
as far as, what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Ms. Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Nothing is your fault, it's entirely my fault. So,
exactly, Bob.
With respect, and just so we're clear as far as we're talking about, you've seen Ms. Reed in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
And for vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
Now, with regard to that particular evening, January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point that Mr. Camerano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that in regard to? What was that?
Enjoy springtime.
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center. And they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy. And sorry, I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Fair enough.
So I had to go up there. And
do you recall who it was that called you that?
It was Michael Camerano.
Let the record reflect. Okay. You receive that text and you go to see if McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Canton Center?
Yes.
And about how far a drive is that from your house to see it?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to see if McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 8:20.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to see if McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of C.F. McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the bar?
Walk in the door,
We saw
go to the
it
left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar.
Yeah.
And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano?
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes.
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was a Bud Light.
Do you recall whether that was draft or a bottle or something?
It was a bottle.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying attention to that, but that's what they normally would drink.
Now, with the,
could you breathe harder into the microphone?
Now, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to see if McCarthy's video.
Well, at least he said he used to drink it back then. Bio break, Jamie.
Okay, bye.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video. And if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds. If you could pause it there just for a
So
moment.
let's show the same exact video we showed the
Now,
other guy.
Mr. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's
There's a
pictured up on
tiny
the
bar.
screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes,
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
I would
And does
hate
this
it there.
appear to
It's
be
too crowded.
consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of C.F. McCarthy's on January 20th?
Yes,
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were?
yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah, take
And the
note.
clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35.
Yeah. He's gonna solve the case, guys. Because what we saw with the other guy is not the same thing.
Pause there just a moment. The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
So that was about the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just continue it for another 30 seconds.
Oh, that would be so annoying. Like, look at how small it is. It's making me claustrophobic.
Yeah, you have to move the entire time when someone has to walk past you.
Yeah.
This is a
Directing our attention
device
still up
for
on the screen,
Sam
Mr.
Adams
Roberts,
on my
is
post-it
another
on the tab
individual
paste.
around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano,
Try.
is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now. Yes.
Okay. Who do you know him to be in relation to sort of yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined your group?
Karen Reed.
And that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes. It was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. If you could just pause. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at C.F. McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taken off.
So you may have lapped him by a round or something?
Sure, yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed, is that something that she would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
He doesn't know.
And about what time was it, again, that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home, so.
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again, but we walked out. Me and Michael Camerano, I believe, about the same time.
I could be floodlights.
I might have been a minute or two before him, that's all.
So you sort of exit and just sort of leave, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here as Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds.
Stop chewing your cud, you cow.
I
Look
know,
at this
Ariel.
fluffy jacket.
He is the worst. He is the worst.
He has a fluffy jacket on. See, Jamie?
Who?
John.
And thank you, Ms. Gilman, you can take
Totally
Oh,
trust
yeah.
the paramedic who said that.
Of course.
Hey, Paul Amos.
The
How
camera
you
kind of
doing?
caught your
Hey,
body,
Paul.
correct?
I believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left.
I would say.
And with regard to during the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything?
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you've already said it, but about what time was it that you got home?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point,
My
at some
God,
point,
stop
did you
breathing
go
into
to
the
bed that
microphone.
I did.
evening? And about what time was that?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming in, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making
Oh,
your way to bed?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
And at some point, the next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic on the, it wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything you couldn't make out the words?
I couldn't make out no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I'd say 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting all crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course she goes.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
And when you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expound upon that as far as what you
It was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
Said, John's missing and I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
And from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital. And she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
To clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Move it
Now,
along,
when
Lally.
you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you,
Sorry.
how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot.
How many inches is a foot?
Tough to get the car in.
12.
So twice as much as everyone else
Did
saw.
you know about
Yeah,
what
he
time
got
was
twice
it
as
that
much snow.
your wife returned home?
8 o'clock. I don't know exact time. But
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
a.m.
8 a.m. If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lally, you should really see how it's done. Watching Eddie.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And gets out.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out
to C.F. McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out. You did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall, no.
Ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yeah, it was, maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you?
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
Yeah, you
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I
what
don't.
the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any of it.
So it seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar.
Yeah,
Okay. But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be.
Yeah, I like the witness. It's just, and I'm arguing with a person on Twitter about this because you just want entertainment. No, I want a very good prosecutor asking clear, direct questions, just like Yannetti and Alan Jackson does. Dear Rosalie, try to listen to me when I said this case should be over in 3 weeks. Lally is making a mockery of John O'Keefe's death because he's such a bad prosecutor. I love that you have been anti-Karen Reed the entire time, and it's fine. She apparently watches us today. Hi. This case should be run like any other court case. Stop talking about where someone lived 5 years before the incident. You knew him. You had a social interaction with him. You knew Karen. You knew her socially. Boom. You don't need to talk for 45 minutes about absolutely nothing. Look at a pro, Mr. Yannetti.
You may.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
How often would
Doesn't matter if it's entertaining.
I don't recall.
Jamie and
Not-
I will be
not-
entertaining.
I don't think. Maybe. And she,
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I
Look at
believe.
her.
I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's usually my wife does that, so I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
Old line red, I think he
And
does.
that would be
Like,
because
want to get out of here.
Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
So you just let her around your kids.
And from your
everybody's had a good time.
observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you would come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
He's so mad. You're not making her look terrible enough.
Yeah. Breaking news, everyone. Karen Reed apparently changed the ring system code. My confidential source in Canton have said that because the door was a ring garage door controller. The door would not go down when John O'Keefe's niece entered the code. Karen changed the ring code before she left it out looking for him. That's apparently what some Braden Carney said. And my lover, my God, oh my God, I missed this in real time. Karen Reed changed the password on John O'Keefe's ring system in the early morning hours on 29/1 because doing so would prevent anyone else from finding ring videos of Karen arriving at John's house at 1 a.m. that morning. Oh dear God. Where's the evidence of that? No one said that anywhere in the
said
trial.
that at all. That's what you implied from the fact that the guy said the door wouldn't go down. I mean,
Yeah.
my garage door gets stuck all the time over just some BS.
Yeah, and Betsy, you're correct. The last 3 witnesses just been you had a personal relationship with John O'Keefe. Yes, over a long period of time. Yeah, your kids had a social. Yeah, you learned. You knew about Karen at some point. Yes, and then you can move on. My house where I lived 5 years ago. Cool.
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you. From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Miss Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
Objection.
Okay. Nothing further.
That's a stupid.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Who are these people?
Rebecca Traers. She's probably the bar girl who sold her 2,500 shots and saw her mainline.
There is a person from the bar. You're right.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing here the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could
No,
you
she's
please
cutie.
state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Traers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as well?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And
Now we're getting
in relation
somewhere.
to where in Canton, Massachusetts is the waterfall located?
In the center.
And
No, this is the other bar.
is there a typical sort of shift or
Waterfall.
nights that
This
you would
is
work
actual
in
bar.
regard to working at the waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically finish?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on kind of thing?
Where is the scruffy old man? Are you thinking about Grant? I don't know who. Yeah. You are more than welcome too, Dave. Then I'll start it up. But I don't know who you're thinking on, Gunnar. But this is from the waterfall. The second bar that went to, the bar where she took a glass out and punched him in the face with it.
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts that you work, about how many people, or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
And what kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over, or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Just to talk about
Now,
how
were you
the
looking at the waterfall
evening
in that
was.
capacity around on January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, some more general questions. What time does the waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yeah.
Rosalie, my friend, this is what I'm talking about Lally shouldn't be doing. She's a bartender. She was at work that night. Let's go get to the meat of it. I don't care which arcade it was in, which street it's on. Get the interior shots of video. That's what we're here for. Move it along, Lally Belly.
Is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there?
4.
And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front is, where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant to serve food? And is there sort of a, how is that staffed as far as kitchen staff?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. It's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you do?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
4 questions. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that the waterfall has, where does
Thank you
that?
so much, Dave.
Where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it?
Not
Is that what you're asking? Typically a Restaurant Depot.
And is there like a certain type of well, let me start back. So if you're getting something that's either draft beer or wine, cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
Glass.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically, what kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a
that's
shorter one.
father.
And the shorter
He's in
sort of
and out.
cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
That's
Now,
oh, this is such a stupid question.
on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of
A
music
glass
they
is
played?
heavier at
No.
the bottom. Kelsu,
Live
please.
band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were just describing that that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove.
Why do we have to know
We
where
moved
the
tables
band
for them.
sets up? Show us the video. Good
And
effing
once the band
Christ.
is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now, with respect to the waterfall, are you familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, do you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
Exactly,
At this
AP.
time, I would seek to introduce and admit. As
What
the
has
next
this got
exhibits,
to do-
a
Well,
copy
they
of the
found-
surveillance video from the waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, in my world, that's a cocktail glass as well. But apparently, they call everything a. It's Americans, Penela. They're weird people.
You know, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish this certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for just the first video with the label as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, Ms. Traers, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
Snow.
Waterfall parking lot.
Snow.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and for the bar.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel. And if you could just pause there. So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Your mask looks so
Basically,
boring.
all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks.
Okay.
So again, what's up on the screen right now? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
No, they need her to
And,
bring in the
if you
videos.
could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
It's there.
Let's find it right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
Yes.
You can see it.
And the high tops and low tops, if you could, direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, sort of where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could, direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the bar area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Now,
Are the jury's idiots? She just pointed out the high tops and the low tops. Why are you asking that question, you stupid man?
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down.
Because he has to act like they have
Go
something.
to the 6th video listed down for channel 3.
Like, look what a good
Unless-
lawyer I am.
Unless he shows me that they get into a pushing, screaming
Pause there
argument,
for a second.
and her slamming
Mr. Reyes, directing your attention.
10
up to
shots,
the video
beating him
screen,
the face with a
the
glass.
Screen for the video that's now up there.
Okay.
You recognize this to be the waterfall as well.
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29, 12:01. Is that the AM? Is that?
Nothing have happened. We just talked about she wasn't mean to the kids, and John's friend trusted her. They had a nice night out at the bar. That's all we've heard, and it's taken us 4 hours.
Correct.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that or what if any difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from
It's
earlier?
better. It's better, Lily. You don't
This
have
one's
to
brighter.
ask.
And why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
So you would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Rolling people out.
Cleaning up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to
Why do we need her nightly routine?
forward to about 15 minutes. and
We
45 seconds.
just need to see her walk out with the glass in hand.
Yeah.
That's what we're there for.
And Ms. Reyes, from the date and time stamp up there, about what time is this? Does it say on the screen?
12:16 a.m.
And
What is
Ms.
any
Gilman,
of
if
this
you could
gonna
play
show
this
you, Jack?
from this point till about 16 minutes and 8 seconds.
Oh, it's a big fella.
Pause there just a moment.
And now she's leaving the bar.
Individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area. Is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention to where that front door is.
Right here.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Okay. Who was
Yes.
that?
That's me.
He was
You were
taking out the
basically
trash.
taking the
Come on,
trash.
Lily.
Correct. Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16.
Yeah, I would like to know if anyone was hit with a glass.
You can stop it there and you can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay. First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple of times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
Do you know?
And, do you
Come
recall
on, Bill.
seeing him in the waterfall on January 28th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or went about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave, is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you want, so that microphone, you can move anywhere.
Should be charged with but we don't really know anyone's drunk yet. We haven't even seen them at the bar, and we've been going for 20 minutes. But we know there was a live band and there was cameras outside. What, if any, relevance does any of that have in this case? But I don't know how the rules are in Massachusetts. I find it weird a bar closes at 12. In Denmark, if you don't get a liquor license, you can stay open to 2. Liquor license, you can stay open to 5.
So whatever is most comfortable. Thanks. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not sure.
Mhm.
Now, with regard to Christopher Albert, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody?
She's a great witness, Lally.
As far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize?
When you start to party
on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
Brian Higgins.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
And Mr. Higgins, is that someone that
you were
had
trying to
seen
get with Mr.
in there
Albert?
on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
Did he ever offer to
And,
frisk you in the back room?
As far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
At some point, I don't.
One moment.
Okay.
To figure out how glasses are made.
I don't know what the point
A
of it
drinking
was.
vessel.
If they weren't going to
most
show the
often-
video of them there.
Now, at some point,
Again, you work there. You have
following that,
cameras there. You know these people.
evening of
Yeah, let's
January
watch the
28th,
video.
Do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video, but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
They can say Finland till 4 a.m. They can stay open after that too, but they are not allowed to sell alcohol after 4 a.m. That's why you buy a big last round.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing your 3-page documents, just asking in general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously, you work at the waterfall, you've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yep.
Is there any sort of?
Oh.
I'm sorry, was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Finally,
With
the
respect
receipts.
to the receipts that I placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay.
But we know they have video, so we can see her slam those 10 drinks she bought.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on outside?
Let me have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Ayers, just one last question. With regard to some of the people that I'd asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We never met, correct?
No.
I stopped taking
You had
notes.
been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the waterfall?
Prior to the waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
Said overruled, so you can.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know, either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously, you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and I'd say 3, or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names at the moment.
You know their wives by face?
Yeah. And then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert
I
at
see the town
the
bicycle.
waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct.
So, Ms. Gianetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Treyas, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2.
Caitlin was there drinking this. There must be.
Okay.
Whereas if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you. All right, carry out your problem.
Come on, Pip. Tell Lily, stop lollygagging.
Goodbye.
Right,
Play
thank
against
you.
pre-game.
We're in recess.
Well, this has been a colossal waste of time, Jamie.
No bet.
The only thing new we learned today was the mood was really good at the bar. That was about it.
Yep.
That's, yeah.
I mean, there's not much to tell. They went out to the bar, and we have yet to see the video. Like, I don't understand why he couldn't just play that video. Why do you have to play, like, look at you taking out the trash later that night?
Yeah. It was.
Oh yeah, I've
I don't-
zoned out a long time ago. I'm trying to listen, but my God.
I really don't know. No, but again, if they wanted to imply that that they were in an argument or they had a bad mood, or I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Why we spent so much time about nothing. So I don't know.
I don't know either. Hopefully we're getting somewhere though.
Yeah, I'm just afraid we won't get nowhere.
No. It's fine when it's cross. You know how it is. Lally has nothing, so he's got to bring in all this irrelevant stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly, that's
And
why.
sadly, Beva's not going to say anything until the defense F's up, and then she'll run her mouth.
Yeah, but why can't she just?
She's not gonna.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem is nothing happens. See you later, Standing Stones. And of course, word crack is down again. That's annoying.
That is annoying.
Because is there any of the other games we could know? That's drawing games. Can't play that. Party drawing game. Probably not for us. But it's just, I really don't get why we waste so much time about, this guy is, I knew him for 45 years and I'm married to this lady.
Yep.
Well, that's nice. Let's
Cool
get to it.
story. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like just get to the meat of the testimony. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, word crack is down, so we'll have to find something else to play while nothing else plays. Just go back and put the stream on from earlier.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, just so people don't wander off while we go get some manger.
Yep.
So you went to drop off at youth club, and I see I missed nothing. Well, Lally figured out that glasses are heavier in the bottom.
Uh-huh.
He ordered a beer in the original container. Maybe it's something to do with them having no case against it. I bet you not, Paul. They have a very, very strong case against her. You can clearly see all the evidence been brought in.
Yep.
No, it's just stupid. It's a waste of effing time, and that's my biggest problem. Is we're just sitting here wasting hour upon hour. And what is he putting in for evidence? He's putting in. They had a good relationship. They had a good relationship with her friends. Some people don't get along with their friends' spouses, but it seems like this one does.
Has a basement,
so
and it
Seems
had
like
a
she's super nice to
backyard was
everybody.
better than the actual resident itself.
Okay. And
so I
did
don't.
you or someone else on the team take some photos of the residents during the search?
I really don't know why we wasted so many hours
have
on
you
that.
reviewed
It's like the prosecutor
subset of those
times
photos
the
do you
release
have-
direct perfectly to just drop the defense
Yes.
force. So it's
And
just
those
me.
photos
I can't hear you. Whatever's playing is really
fairly
loud.
inaccurately depict what you.
It's
Oh, there we go.
It's Dave's is very loud.
Oh.
I would
What did
think
you
at
say?
least a few of the jury thinks the BPD is corrupt. Yeah. But also, everyone knew the Alberts. We just got that from the bartender. I think that was a good question. And
Like you knew them. Everybody in town knew them.
yeah, and again, this morning had been 4 hours. First witness. You went up to the house to check for the kids. They weren't home. No, we later found out some other people had taken them. Thank you so much. Adios. Second witness. You were a longtime friend of John O'Keefe. Yes. Your kids socialized. Yes. And you were celebrating your kids just got into this prestigious private school. Yes. You went to the hole in the wall or whatever the bar was called. Yes. At that bar, did anyone else join you? Yes. Roberts. Did anyone else join you? Yes. Karen. What was the mood in the group? It was playful. It was fun. We had a good time. Were you drinking beer? Yeah, I got 4 beers, so I was DYing on my way home. I went to bed, woke up at 7 because my wife called me because Karen had called her and told me John was dead. Gracias, mucho gracias. Oh, you're the wife of the guy who just was here. Yes. You had no knowledge on what was going on about that night? No. What was your relationship with John? Fine. Karen? Fine. She texted you? Yes. When did she say John was dead? 6:34. Adios. Next witness. You work at a bar? Yes. Do you have video surveillance at the bar? Yes. Let's look at that video surveillance. Is that you? Yes. Did you serve alcohol to this group? Yes. You don't need no more.
Mm-hmm. Look how quickly that worked. Okay, you don't have to ask like, oh, what does the building look like? What is the building structure? Do you know when it was built?
Yeah. Is it like
What's the
it's
parking lot size?
yeah. And it's
I
just
mean,
it's just so easy to get through all of this and not sit there and waste all the time
Depending, we might take more pictures.
talking about what was the size of the bar or the glasses. Bring in the bottom of the glass and said, do you have these types of glasses at the bar? Yes. Did you serve a vodka tonic to Karen Reed in that? Yes. Did we ever see the receipts? They were just put into evidence. Were they shown?
I didn't see anything. She just confirmed that it was the receipt.
I could speed run this trial. I could have done all the witnesses we have had so far. I would have called half of them. I would only have called the 3 EMTs who said, yeah, I heard her, I hit her, I hit her, I hit him. Let the defense put all the other people in there who said absolutely nothing. And I would have asked, what was the weather conditions? They were bad. Thank you so much. From one witness. He asked every witness. Lally has proven without a shadow of doubt beyond all suspicion that there are people living in Canton, and some of them have, you'll never believe this, kids, boom, case closed. Zach, I'll just talk to my boss and maybe I'll take the day off tomorrow because you cracked the case.
You cracked it.
I understand why Bev needs a half a day so she can go day drinking, because this is absolutely infuriating. But I'm going to stream snipe Dave while I go eat my chicken breast and boiled vegetables, because I'm going on vacation and I need to fit into my bikini. So hang out with Dave, hang out and come back. Follow us on Discord and X. We will announce when we're back, but she's normally pretty good at being back at 2:00. So hasta la mañana. How drunk was Karen? Yeah, no one knows. They have an estimate that's 132% inaccurate.
There's of it later as well.
All right,
A little
I'll be back.
coffee table
Me too.
stand on the other side of the couch that we just saw.
Okay, and does page 12 give us a closer up view of that table?
It does.
And how about page 13? What does this show?
This is a
Everyone
photo
enjoy
of the
Dave. Go
iPhone
give him a
that
love
we
and a
collected.
like too.
Okay, and
See you all later.
the little object right next to the phone, right below it, what's that?
That's the place for the SD card or the memory chip for the phone.
Okay, and page 14, is that just the other side of the phone?
That's correct.
Okay, and what condition did that phone kind of appear to be in?
The exterior case had sustained damage.
Okay. And looking at page 15, what are we looking at here?
This is still in that same room, looking towards the other side of the room into what I consider the dining room.
Okay, and here at the center of the photo, what's that object?
That's a vacuum cleaner.
And next to it, what was next to that?
It's a box that appeared. The vacuum cleaner appeared to be new, and that appears to be the box that the vacuum cleaner was packaged in.
Okay, and was there anything, I guess, in connection with that vacuum cleaner that you saw that could be collected or be suitable for further analysis?
Not at the time.
Not at the time. Okay. Looking at page 16, which sort of zone are we in now?
So this is the next room, the dining room area. We labeled it room B.
Okay. And page 17, does that give us another view of that dining room?
It does.
And how about page 18?
It shows the dining room area, and then you can see, looking into the background there, you can see the living room in connection.
Okay, and do you see on the wall?
I guess that should appear
this,
then.
Object on the wall.
Yes.
And did you have any sort of familiarity with that during the search?
Okay, I'll mute this real quick and tell you guys what this case is about. So Jaden is on trial for the second-degree unaliving of his cousin, Zion. He was the last person to be with her, and so the investigation kind of focused around him. He eventually admitted that she died in his presence, and he disposed of her body in a dumpster. And they haven't been able to find the body. But the question is do they have any evidence that he did anything to unalive her? Apparently she has seizures, which can cause her to pass out and maybe die even. And there's a bunch of other things going on, but they really don't have any evidence that he unalived her in any ways, just that she died and he disposed of the body. So that's what's going on right now.
On this picture, I guess specifically?
In this picture, you can see the items on the bottom right corner of the dining room table.
So it'd be right here?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we go to page 20, are these sort of a close-up of those items?
Yes.
And were you able to see what was written on this?
Yeah, and I agree that the defendant should probably testify. If he's saying his cousin just died there and he panicked and freaked out because they were doing drugs, and so he got rid of the body, he probably needs to tell the jury why he did that and convince them.
Some sort of small cardboard box.
And there's some handwriting on it. Would that be?
And there's handwriting on both of those items.
Okay. And starting with the mail, can you read what that says?
And it's my final wish to be cremated.
And there's no signature next to that or name next to that or anything. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Is it Jorah?
And then on the item next to it, are you able to read that? Starting at the top.
Yes. I did nothing, and in death I stick to that regardless of the lies being made against me. To my family, Katrina, Mom, Dad, and my siblings, I love you all more than anything in this world, and I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to handle this. To my kids, Ava, Deshaun, Isaiah, Daddy will always be with you and always love you.
Hey, Old Line Red.
And
welcome.
If we go to page 23, are we in a different room at this point?
Yeah, this is rooms.
So the defendant left a suicide note. He turned himself in, by the way, and then cooperated and told the police what happened. But I bet it was weighing on him.
The notable thing in the kitchen was the mop and bucket there.
Okay, and that's on page 27. That's visible.
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see the doorway that's depicted on page 28?
Yes.
Where does that door lead to?
The basement.
Okay, and if we look at page 29, does that show the stairs going down to the basement?
It does.
And page 30, are we in the basement at this point?
Yes, we are.
And how about page 31? What does that show?
This is one of the corners in the basement.
Well, I'm glad you're here now, Chris.
And page 32?
A different corner of the same basement.
Is Karen Reed done for the day?
And page 33?
And again, same basement, same room, slightly, viewpoint is slightly shifted.
And 34?
This is that kind of semi-enclosed area where the bed was found in the basement.
And 35?
Excuse me. This is a small closet area in the basement.
And that's labeled E?
It is.
Okay. And 36?
This is a close-up view of the top shelf of that closet.
Okay, and was anything notable found in the basement?
We didn't collect anything from the basement. There was laundry and clothes and things, but nothing substantial enough for us to collect it for the kids.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if we go to page 38, what does this depict?
These are the stairs leading to the upstairs of the house.
Okay. And page 39, are we upstairs at this point?
Yes, we are.
And this is, I assume just the bathroom. It's labeled F.
That's correct.
This is a whole lot of nothing too.
Notable
So
found in that bathroom.
he
There
admitted
were cleaning
that she died in
supplies
the house.
in the under the sink in the bathroom.
He
Okay,
put her in
that's
the
just,
trunk
here on,
and dumped her body in a dumpster.
That's correct.
He admitted
And
to all
go to,
this. This is what they're
42,
trying to prove, even though he admitted to it.
which room is depicted in page 42?
This is room G, and this is a bedroom in the upstairs.
Okay. And does page 43 show more of that room?
It does.
And page 44
Yep, same room.
and 45,
Again, same room.
46,
Yes, still same room.
47.
Correct, same room.
And anything notable found in that particular room?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. If we move on to page 50, that's labeled H, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what area of the house was labeled as H?
This is another bedroom in the upstairs.
Okay. We look on 51, is that like a closet leading to that bedroom?
Yes,
And 52?
same closet.
And how about 53?
So, and I might have misspoken a minute ago. H was a closet in the upstairs going into the bedroom that we're about to see.
Okay.
So
There's literally nothing significant in these photographs. He admitted to being in there. For those of you who aren't familiar with this case, this is the trial of Jaden Brazier out of Detroit, which is where I'm located. He's being charged with the second-degree unaliving of his cousin. He admitted that she died in his home while they were doing drugs, and he panicked and transported her body in his trunk and put it in a dumpster. They've never recovered the body. And there's no evidence that he caused her death, but he's still being tried for it.
labeled I.
Okay. And 57?
So this is a picture of part of the mattress that was found in room I, and you can see there's a small reddish stain, reddish brown stain.
That better be her
the
blood or something.
And 58, is that just a close-up of that?
That's correct.
Now, when you were on scene there, did you have a means to test that stain to determine whether or not that was consistent with being blood?
We did.
And what's the sort of method that you have to do that?
You use what's basically a Q-tip to take a small sample of your test subject and combine it with the testing kit. The testing kit will react with hemoglobin, which is a protein found in blood. So if you get a reaction, you can be confident that whatever you're testing.
No,
is
it wasn't
blood of
too
some
soon. That was
kind.
good.
We did not get a positive reaction when we tested.
Okay, and so just to be clear, this was determined not to be blood.
That's correct.
Okay.
Why are we showing it then?
And then if we go to 59, are we still in the same room?
We are.
And what are we looking at on page 59?
This is the couch along the wall of that bedroom, and you can see the red laptop there sitting on the couch.
Okay, and is 60 just another image of that laptop?
It is.
And how about 61?
This is an Apple Watch that was located in that same room.
Okay. And
to be fair, he did do a Google search as to whether or not garbage trucks are also compactors. But again, he admitted to disposing of the body.
what are we looking at here?
This is just a photo of a title.
Go to 66 and zoom in on that. Does that have a particular name on the title?
It does. It's Jalen Omar Brazier.
Go back to 65 and zoom in. Is there a particular vehicle
Yes, there is.
Okay, and what is the vehicle?
It is a 2005 Acura TL.
Okay. And go to 67. What are we looking at here?
This is another computer.
68, just the reverse side of that.
It is.
And how about 69?
This is a picture of the backyard from standing on the little porch area from the back door.
Okay, and is there a, toward the middle of the screen here, is there a particular object there?
There is. It's a small, like, coffee table type piece of furniture.
Okay, go to 73. Is that a closer up image of that object?
It is.
And what does 74 show?
Broken glass on the ground.
Okay. And 75 is just another image of the same table?
It is.
Okay. I get what they're doing here. Broken
Now-
glass means violent struggle.
If you're in general searching a crime scene for possible evidence of a violent crime, are there particular things that you're looking for?
Yes. Things could, it'll vary depending on the circumstances of the situation, but you're looking for possible weapons, signs of some sort of struggle, things that have been broken or damaged, bodily fluids, blood, that kind of thing. Anything like that that would indicate violence or struggle.
And what sort of methods are used to try to find body fluids at a crime scene?
Yeah, the first step is just straight visual inspection using lights and your eyes. Above and beyond that, there are chemicals you can use, things that will react with blood. Sometimes they glow, sometimes they change color, depending on what you're using. There's also types of ultraviolet light that you can use that will also kind of make things like bodily fluids stand out.
And in terms of the chemicals that can be employed,
This these pictures were taken though like more than a month after she went
this particular search.
missing.
Okay, and why would that happen?
There wasn't enough in having the case agent there and the detective there. We didn't have any, as we inspected the house, there wasn't an area where it looked like it would be appropriate to use them.
Okay, and how about detecting blood? What are the sort of methods that can be used to detect blood in a crime scene? Are those the same as other body fluids?
They are. Yeah.
Okay. And have you investigated in your career? Have you investigated other scenes of violent crimes?
Yes.
And
Yeah, they never mentioned
experience
blood at all
investigating
during opening
scenes
statements.
of violent crimes. Do you always expect to find like blood or other body fluids?
You don't expect to find anything. You find what is there to be found. But there are many ways for violence to occur that would not leave evidence like blood or other bodily fluids.
Okay.
Someone could be strangled, that very possibly might not leave blood or bodily fluids. Somebody could be could sustain blunt force trauma to their head or something like that, which would
not object to the hypothetical relative to this particular situation, or hypotheticals in other situations.
I think this is incredibly pertinent to this.
Overruled.
So not all forms of violence in your experience are going to produce a bloody crime scene. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And in your sort of training and experience, are there ways to conceal evidence of a bloody crime scene if there had been a bloody crime scene?
Yes, there is.
And how might one conceal evidence of a bloody crime scene?
general.
The absence of
removal
evidence is evidence.
Whether that's a weapon or something that has blood on it. Just removing it from the scene would be concealing. And then combine that with, general cleaning, reorganizing, putting things back into place where they may have fallen out of place at one point. Just rearranging things the way, away from what happened at the scene.
And I want to ask, you mentioned some of the electronic devices. We talked about what appeared to be the handwritten notes. Other than that, was there any other physical evidence that was collected at this particular scene?
No.
And I want to ask, you've been an FBI special agent for, sounds like 14 years, is that correct?
Almost 14 years, yeah.
Have you, during your experience as an FBI special agent, worked with other federal law enforcement agencies?
I have.
You've worked with federal prosecutors?
I have.
Do you have an understanding, would you say, of federal law enforcement priorities?
I do.
And is marijuana something that's illegal under federal law still?
The unregulated use of marijuana, I think, is a good way to say it, would be federally violating some statute somewhere.
Okay, but is in your understanding of working in federal law enforcement, is investigating, targeting people for personal consumption of marijuana, is that a federal law enforcement priority at this point?
Sure, and I think this goes beyond his expertise on whether each individual agency would investigate a particular marijuana violation. You may say he's done personally, but he can't attest to what other agencies or other individuals in those agencies conduct.
Well, he can testify about his own personal experience.
In your personal experience, again, you have some familiarity with other federal law enforcement agencies.
Yes.
And those agencies' activities specifically in Michigan.
Yes.
And do you have familiarity with working with the United States Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Michigan?
Yes.
And in the Western District of Michigan as well?
Also, yes.
And in the 14 years you've been in the FBI, I assume you've had some familiarity with what types of federal cases are being brought in those two judicial districts within the state of Michigan, correct?
I do.
And do you know of anyone getting prosecuted federally for using marijuana?
I've never heard of that.
And would you say that is, marijuana is legal in the state of Michigan, right, under state law? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
And would you say it's commonly known in the state of Michigan that use of marijuana is not a federal enforcement priority?
Objection, that's cause for speculation, which commonly known. You say you know, but it's kind of speculation.
Okay.
Yep, this is.
Let me finish by asking this. So you.
One of the counties
went
I
to
practice
this
in.
scene on Greenfield on January.
I know the
17th
judge
to
quite well.
investigate a possible crime, correct?
That's correct.
And the crime that you were investigating was a suspected violent crime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you had found a body at this scene, hypothetically, would that have furthered your investigation?
Yes, it would have.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, you stated that there are chemicals that could be used to determine if there is particular evidence, correct? Or bodily fluids, or.
That's correct.
Okay. And in this particular situation, you didn't use any of these chemicals, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any fingerprints? Yes.
No.
Okay. You didn't do any DNA swabs, correct? Inside this house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason why you didn't do any DNA swabs or fingerprint lists is because from your determination, there was not a reason to do those, correct?
The reason we didn't do any of those, use any of those techniques was it was not in dispute whether the people in question have ever been to that house. So finding a fingerprint or even a DNA sample of one of the people in question at that house wouldn't mean something, or wouldn't mean anything one way or the other, because it had been well known that these people had been.
Okay, but it might have had some evidentiary value of where in the house you found this particular evidence, correct?
The context.
That was a good question, right? It would.
I hesitate to say no, but it would be very unlikely that it would be helpful.
Okay. And you didn't find any evidence
About
that
200
would
away, Chris.
suggest that this particular scene had been cleaned to hide any particular evidence, correct?
I don't have enough context to suggest that.
Okay. To be clear, you didn't have any evidence to suggest that anybody cleaned this particular scene, correct?
I'm only hesitating because the term clean is a little bit of a relative term.
To hide. Okay. You didn't have any evidence that anybody cleaned this particular area in order to hide evidence, correct?
I don't have evidence to say that.
Okay. And you didn't have any evidence to suggest that anybody reorganized the scene, correct? In order to hide evidence.
I don't have anything to specifically say that.
All supposition
and you didn't
and speculation.
Collect that mop bucket that you said that had somewhat of an interest to you, correct?
We did not collect the mop bucket.
And you didn't collect the mop either, correct?
Correct.
Everyone go sub to Lefty.
Now, this letter that was written on the table, you don't know who wrote this letter, do you?
I do not.
You don't know how long it was there, correct?
I do not.
And you didn't collect this to do a handwriting analysis on the issue.
That part of the investigation is outside of my lane. So the notes were clearly relevant in the moment.
Okay. My question is, you did not collect his writings in order to do a handwriting analysis, correct?
And my answer is, once we collect that evidence, we give it to somebody else at that, like right there at this. So what happens to it in the post-processing after it's been collected is not
beyond your
it's beyond my lane.
Okay. Now, you've never worked for the DEA, have you?
That's correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the DEA, their primary focus is on drugs and narcotics, correct?
That is in their name.
Okay. So that would be a yes.
Yes.
And it would be fair to say that the district attorney or U.S. attorney, they don't personally notify you of every case that they're prosecuting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't know every case, especially if you're not personally involved in that case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you can't definitively say whether or not somebody was prosecuted for usage of marijuana, correct?
I would not say that.
You wouldn't say what?
I don't know that. Let me rewind.
Okay, let me ask you this. You don't look at all the cases, correct? You don't know every single case. So you wouldn't know whether or not the U.S. attorney is prosecuting somebody for usage or possession of marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And as a special agent, your job in the FBI is not primary to focus on drugs. Would that be correct?
You are correct.
And you have never took extra steps to figure out or find out whether or not somebody is being prosecuted for the usage or possession of marijuana, correct?
I've never done research to find that answer for myself.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. I like this defense attorney a lot.
analysis on the table that was outside in the backyard, correct?
Whether you call photography analysis, maybe we could say we didn't do any further analysis outside of the photography and documentation that we did and we've already shown.
You didn't swab for DNA on the table, did you?
We did not.
Okay. And you were unable to, I guess, ascertain how long this particular table was outside, correct?
I don't know him personally, but I do know him, and he got a great acquittal last fall.
You don't know whether or not that table
in a
was
murder
broken
case.
outside, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that there was a shared backyard between these two units in the duplex?
That's my understanding. I don't, I haven't looked at the property lines to know that for sure.
Okay, so you don't know which duplex this particular table unit belongs to, correct?
It was located on the side that would be consistent with the address of note. Like it was on their side, not the neighbor side, but it's a shared backyard.
Shared backyard. In a relatively small backyard, you would say.
It's not large.
And you didn't find any blood inside the house or anything like that, correct?
We did not.
And you were looking for that, correct?
We were.
Did you employ any type of, I guess, lights, ultraviolet lights or anything like to find maybe blood that was undetectable by the eye?
Not at this time.
At a later time, did that happen?
I did not. I was not present for any further process.
Did you bring any dogs inside the house to sniff for any possible body remains or blood?
We did.
Okay, and that yielded a negative result?
It did.
So the only thing we have here is a confession. There's a common law
Just briefly, Your Honor.
principle that you can't convict
There
on
were
a
some
confession
questions
only.
about concealing evidence at a crime scene. Do you recall answering some questions about that?
I do.
And just to be clear, if hypothetically someone had removed a body from that house, a dead body, would that have been consistent with concealing evidence of a crime?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
You recross? Nothing further. Any questions from the jury?
Oh yeah.
Seeing none, so you step in.
We get jury questions too. Apparently they had none for this, but the jury questions earlier with the earlier witnesses were all focusing on the victim's seizures and passing out. They were really interested in knowing about that because apparently the victim does suffer from seizures, which causes her to pass out, potentially die from. We don't know. Yeah, it does. I mean, because they really don't have anything. Okay, so you have broken glass on a table in the backyard. Who knows when it was placed there? Who knows how it broke? You have blood that's not blood. You have no DNA. You have no fingerprints.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the
All you
testimony
have
that you are
is the
about to give
defendant's
before this court today will be the
admission
truth,
that he
the whole
disposed of
truth,
the
and
body.
nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon. So you're going to be asked some questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as uh-huhs and uh-huhs, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell.
Yes, sir. My name is Eli Bowers, last name Bowers, first name is Eli.
All right, thanks. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI in Detroit.
And how long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
Since 2015.
And what are the scope of your duties as an FBI special agent?
Well, currently I'm assigned just as a case agent, but one of my collateral duties, or one of a few, is assistant team leader for the evidence response.
Okay. And as part of your role with the evidence response team, do you have any specialized training when it comes to processing crime scenes?
Yes, I'm a crime scene photographer.
Okay. As part of the FBI's evidence response team, back in January 21st of 2022, did you participate in the execution of a search warrant at 19451 Greenfield Street in the city of Detroit?
I did.
And were you at the initial search of that home too that happened a couple of days previously?
No, just the search on the 21st.
Okay, and what was the purpose of the follow-up search on the 21st?
So the purpose of our search, our reason to be there, was to do to look for blood and saliva using some advanced techniques. And I say advanced meaning not just looking at and seeing it, but using some chemicals, some advanced like ALS.
No, it's not a box. It's
different wavelengths of light. To try
it's like a little open.
Okay, and
throne.
When you say ALS, you're referring to alternative light source?
Yes.
And can you just kind of unpack that concept a little bit for the jury to explain how that works?
Sure. So I'm not a scientist, but I'm more of a technician. So essentially what ALS does, alternative light sources, it uses different wavelengths of light that are not, we don't normally see, but they, well, actually they're everywhere, but it's just that we don't necessarily see them with our eyes. So we use goggles to be able to see their reactions with different things that the alternative light sources projected upon.
Okay, and is this sort of like, are you familiar with like black lights that, you know, people might know of commonly?
Yes.
Is that kind of along the lines of a black light as we're talking about?
The same concept, right? How a black light will make something glow that would not normally glow to our eyes.
Okay.
In normal lighting.
And the purpose of that is to detect, you're looking for potentially body fluids?
Correct.
And would that include, let's say, saliva?
Yes.
Would it include semen?
Yes.
Would it include blood?
Yes.
Okay. And
Just looking, the judge on the judge's desk is the Zoom feed, and you see my handsome little face over here.
On January 21st, 2022.
Yes, we did.
And what parts of the residence did you use that alternative light source in?
We were focused in the living room area, which, so more specifically, there was a carpet on the ground, a couch, and there was also a coffee table, which we'd actually brought inside because we felt that was something that was removed from the living room. But
okay. And did using the alternative light source, were you able to identify anything of potential interest or relevance inside the living room?
No, nothing of interest.
Okay. And are there any limitations with using that type of light source on, let's say, carpet?
Yes.
And what can you describe what the limitations are?
Well, the thing with alternative light source is there can be, when you shine this, it can sometimes pick up dust and debris and things like that. So you would have to see these very small objects and then determine whether or not it's something that you'd be interested in pursuing investigatively. But depending on the carpet, it could be like a high pile, like meaning like very shaggy versus something that's like flat, non-porous surface, which would be a lot easier for something to glow.
Okay. Yeah. And are you also familiar with something called luminol?
Yes.
And what is luminol?
The luminol is a substance, a chemical that we put into a spray bottle, and with the lights off, and if you mist this over blood, it will glow. It'll glow blue specifically.
Okay. And did you apply luminol in any areas of the home when you searched it?
Yes. The same areas I had mentioned before in the living room, we had also applied luminol to see if any get any reaction.
Okay. And based on the application of luminol, was there any sort of reactions, I would say like positively for any type of blood?
No.
Okay. And are there any sort of limitations to using these methods, such as an alternative light source or luminol, are they fully, I guess, exhausted in terms of their ability to detect body fluids?
No, they're usually just an indicator, sort of a compass to point us in the direction, and then for instance, if we would find something that would have reacted, we would have swabbed it, sent it to the lab to confirm what the substance actually was. So it can only give us an indicator at best.
Okay. And again, what was your overarching purpose for using these methods at this particular scene back on January 21st, 2021?
Well, we were asked to do this search specifically of this area by the investigators, and I was not sort of part of the investigative team at that point. I was just a technician working in this instance, and they were trying to detect if there were any bodily fluids or blood in specifically in the living room area, because the narrative they were working with at the time thought that there may be.
Okay. And in terms of your ability as a technician to investigate that scene, if there had been a body present at that scene, would that have been helpful to further your investigation?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sure, a body would have been helpful, but that doesn't mean that he's guilty.
You stated that you used the ALS, which is the alternative light source, and luminol.
And found nothing. You found nothing.
For body fluids, such as blood. Yes, that's correct. Yes. And you would say that that's your first line of detection in order to determine whether or not there are bodily fluids using these methods?
No, this would not be our first.
What would be the first line of detection?
I mean, I think it's sort of more common sense. If you walk in and just see it with your eyes. Yeah.
And you didn't see anything with your eyes, correct? No. Okay, so it'd be fair that the ALS and the luminol would be a secondary line of detection?
Yes. Okay, good way to put it.
Were there any other secondary methods of detection other than luminol or the alternative light source to determine whether or not there's blood in a particular area?
Are you saying would there be, or any ones that we use?
Any ones that you use?
Not that we use typically. Sometimes a swab or something to see, but typically we would only do that if we detect the presence with one of the other methods.
Okay. Are you aware of any other methods that you may not use?
Not that I know of.
Did you personally, was there a dog that was brought in on the day that you were there to maybe sniff for particular body fluids?
No.
And how long have you been using these detection methods?
Me personally?
Yes.
Well, I joined the evidence response team in 2017 or 18, so 6, 7 years.
Okay. And if you know how long the FBI themselves have been using the detection methods?
I don't know.
Okay. It predated your employment with the FBI.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes. And would you say this is a pretty fairly reliable source of detection?
Yes.
Well, you know, you got to ask, I
And you
guess.
stated that you checked the carpet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You checked the couch?
Yes.
Okay. Did you check the walls?
Yes.
Okay. And they all yielded negative results?
Correct.
And did you employ both methods on the surfaces that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the ALS, the alternative light source, and the luminol, correct?
Correct.
So no blood in a supposedly violent
Did you check anything else in
unaliving?
the house?
No.
No signs of any cleaning of the house?
Did you personally do any DNA swabs?
No.
Did you do any fingerprint lifts?
No.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you.
You direct?
So, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions
Cross
from the
is
jury?
good. Cross has been really on point. Nope, we have jury questions. So the judge will review the jury questions with the attorneys, and if they're appropriate, the judge will then ask them of the witness, and then the attorneys can ask follow-up questions if they want to. Sometimes the questions aren't appropriate and they don't ask them, and the witness is just excused. But if they are appropriate, then the judge will ask them. And they've usually been really good.
Why do you not check the bedroom?
Because we were only asked to check the living room by the investigators. We were working there as essentially an assistance to them. That's what we're asked to do.
Can you follow up based on that question?
Just briefly, so, Special Agent Bauer, so just to be clear, your role on scene was that you were, sort of completing a specific task that you were asked to take care of, is that correct?
Yes.
And you, were you involved with like driving the overall investigation at that point?
No, not at all.
But the ask was sort of specific to the living room, that was the area of focus?
Yes, that's fairly typical for the FBI's role in non-federal cases, because we were considered specialists, for lack of a better term, by a lot of the state and local investigators. So they wanted us because of our specific abilities to work with the alternative light source and the luminol, which is not typical for a normal investigator. That's why we were called in.
Okay, thank you.
And would it be against the rules if you were to, let's say, take it upon yourself to search another area of the house that wasn't specifically given to you to search?
As long as it was being a search warrant, we could do so, but obviously.
If the search warrant stated you can search the entire house, then you could take it upon yourself to search another particular area, correct?
I suppose so, yes.
Hey, everyone. Hopefully, we'll get back soon. And thank Dave for, well, he didn't let us stream tonight. We just did it. Hopefully, it was a wonderful show. Dave is a very good streamer. So you should all show him a little love, because he wrongfully got his his old YouTube channel copyright struck. So we need to get him back to the numbers and show him some love. He is a great guy. I'll be hanging out with him next week in Tennessee, and show him that it's humanly possible to drink more than 2 beers. I know he can't do that, but I'll try to teach him that it is possible to drink more than 2 beers. And will we get to Caitlin Albert for the last 2 hours in this trial today? It's going to be very interesting when she takes the stand. How will Lally approach her? You were at the bar. First of all, he will spend 45 minutes talking about her upbringing and how she liked ponies and doggies and small woodland creatures. And yeah, talk about her being at the bar. Was she at the home that night? I don't believe she was at the home. And then, oh, thank you, expert. And you even live in Tennessee. But so are you. You are my only Tennessee. Well, at least, well, I know your wife and Volstrom and Diva. But at least you're part of the only tenants I see. But they have to really protect her, because they're going to use her to impeach McLaughlin. So how will they get ahead of that? I have having a hard time to see where Monsieur Lally will get away from all those crazy, and she doesn't really show up much in the stuff I've seen. So what will Lally use her for, other than talk about what happened at the bar? It's going to be interesting. But it's very interesting if they can use her to get all the pictures in to show how much McLaughlin lied. So it's it could turn out to be a spicy afternoon, but I'm just afraid that Lally is gonna lally that. So he's gonna use those 2 hours to talk about her preferred footwear, if she ever saw snow before. Yeah, I'm just having a hard time to see what Lally will, but he will try to run out the clock, I believe, for the rest of the day, because it really shines a bad light on his prime witness from the crime scene, that EMT who clearly stated she heard her say it 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She was already discredited by the officers at the scene, but still, the jury heard it. They might not put 2 and 2 together like we are doing, because, again, they're sitting in a small courtroom, bored to tears. They can't walk around like we can. So I'm a little, yeah. Will Jamie let me stream with you after court tomorrow? I don't know what is going on in this case, and I would love to get the facts. Let me know. Well, you have to reach out to Jamie, but we will be done at it's half day tomorrow, so we should be done at 1 p.m. So if it's not too late, I might be able to get a free pass from Jamie. Hey, Suzanne, how are you doing over on Valhalla's side? Everyone, remember to show some love to Valhalla as well. And for anyone new who's just coming in after lunch, today we had 3, 4, 5 witnesses. The first one was the guy from yesterday finishing up. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing in it. It's that C. Ray. He was a detective that did a wellness check. We saw a lot of videos with nothing in it, just to kind of point out that there could be a cracked tail light, but he couldn't get into it because he didn't notice it until he watched the videos. And then we had the Canton couple. They were friends of John. One of them went out drinking with John. They'd known him for a while. Their kids played together. Their kids just got into a prestigious school together, so they were getting hammered. One of them went home, got to sleep. The other one was working as a nurse. And the nurse called her husband and said John was gone. And then later she was told John was not here anymore. That's kind of what they said. It took 2.5 hours. There was nothing in it. And then we had then we had Kerry Roberts' husband. What's his name? I couldn't remember. He got called out to drink with them. Got called the P word if he didn't go drinking. Said it was a fun night out. They did what they always did. Knew Karen. Karen was a nice girl. They had a fun time. And then we had a bartender who got to talk about a lot of things that had absolutely nothing to do with this case. But Lally found out glasses are heavier in the bottom than the top. It's a revelation.
Wow. It is
Yeah.
a revelation.
Then that they had video surveillance and she took out the trash when she left her job. It was
That was amazing.
actually all they had. He asked about what live band played that night. She couldn't remember. What does that have to do with only
Yeah.
thong?
Because how they set up and how they leave is a big deal.
Yeah. Well, then you're more ready for long streams than I am. I don't have an office fridge. Yeah, look, Danielle changed her avatar. The guy that said Alan Keith was wearing a winter jacket said he was face to face with Karen when she said it. Video said it didn't happen. Yeah, he was sitting down, looking up at her and saying, "What happened? I hit him with a fist. Did you kick him?" That's what his testimony was. The guy sitting next to him said, "I was within 2 feet of her when I asked her what happened, and she said I hit him." He stated that he wasn't wearing a puffy jacket, and then you had McLaughlin who said, "Those guys were over there. I was the one talking to her, and she said it to me." And then I went into the ambulance and told all of them. None of them said she came into the ambulance and said anything. So again, all of those EMTs who are the most important people from the crime scene all had a different story about when they heard I hit him. And none of them corroborate each other's.
Yeah.
And the video clearly shows at least the two of them couldn't have heard it. So, yeah. Don't understand why Carrie probably to keep the timeline. He will bring in Carrie Roberts when we come to the part looking for John.
Yeah.
That's why I think they did it like that. It was a bombshell with the glass. I know a lot of people out there dropped their jaw. I heard when the jaw hit tables around the world, glasses are heavier in the bottom. And I just smashed a plate when I made my dinner. I'm an idiot.
You did? Oh.
Goody didn't say he was told Karen said she hit him. Nope. And that's why McLaughlin is already tainted, because she said Karen said I hit him, and then the officer standing next to them, I can't remember the name. It wasn't Seraph, it wasn't Goody, it was the other one. The one who said she never said anything like that. He said, "What did you say?" And she repeated, "I hit him." And he said, "Get Goody down here. I hit him." But Goody, in his report, states she said, "What happened? Is he dead?" So McLaughlin's testimony is already in shreds, but they need her to be a liar. Again, just to show how corrupt this entire case is. It could be that one. I took my key to you, slashed your tires. What's that song, Jamie? That country song about keying your boyfriend's car and slashing his tires. So maybe you'll think about it before you cheat or something.
The cheat song? Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't listen to that stuff, so somebody might know.
Yeah, John Roberts, John O'Keefe, as the good police officer he is, said, "Hey, you stole a glass. Let's get this back to the scene." And he stepped out of the car, dropped it on the floor, and she said, "You're never gonna get me, copper." Sped up 60 feet in reverse because it had fallen down the road 60 feet. And when he picked it up, she hit him. I'm gonna sell that to Plevin. He's gonna make a video of that.
That's awesome.
Well, Vince, you didn't look close enough. Even though everyone testified he didn't wear a puffy coat, except one. It was Sergeant Gallagher, exactly, or Mulaney, one of those two, before he cheats.
There you go. I knew it sounded familiar.
Carrie Underwood, yeah, exactly. She was good. I saw her doing that Megan Trainor song. She lost a ton of weight again. That all about the bass. She's a really good singer.
Yeah, I've heard her before. She's really good.
No, I think it's in Denmark you'll probably call it like bubblegum country because it's a little, not really, but a little easier to catch everyone music, and I like it. I think she's a great singer. I haven't seen her talk show and stuff like that, and I don't know how good she is on that, but she's no Tay-Tay, but close.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Tay-Tay.
Yeah. How will we understand whatever is going on? He was pulling while he was chasing the glass. He was puking in his pants and then put him back on. Took off his belt and one of his shirts and one shoe, and a cap. But other than that, everything was totally like I just said. You saw her in concert. I haven't been to a live concert since, I think, I can't remember the last live concert I was to. I've never been a big. I've been to festivals and stuff like that. Was a lot of music going on, but I was drunk most of the time. But I've never been a big concert goer. Yeah, they did great. They did a duet. It was great. They also said the injuries to his face and arms were hours old. Yeah, it should be hours old because he supposedly was in the snow for 5.5 hours before they found him. So that's totally within reason to say that. But none of them noticed that he had a 2.5-inch gash in the back of his head. That's another one of those small things that make you go, remember, it was high quality CPR, but the physical examination of the body wasn't that high. I'm not mixing up country blondes. I know Carrie Underwood.
Are you sure you're not thinking Kelly Clarkson?
That's what I said, Jamie. Sometimes if you listen to me when I tell you the stories, you don't get in here and try to correct when I clearly said Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah.
She's a great singer. She has a talk show. She's no Tay-Tay. I just said it, Jamie. Sometimes you should listen.
He's gaslighting me, everybody.
Oh, noise in court. Save me. On Bev. I didn't know what I was saying.
Jesus, come on.
Anyway. Oh, that's that country record.
Thank you, maybe see you. Close back.
All right, could we have Miss Trayers, please?
Miranda Lambert. Isn't that one of those from that Bewitched show? I'm taking the boost off. The audio is better.
Can you
on
stop
non-encrypted.
bashing things in the courtroom? Good lord.
You might step up and sit right down and again you're.
First of all, I don't think Baker knows who he's talking about at all. So everyone, it's okay.
It's the girl who did before he cheats.
All right,
I
Miss
remember
Tina.
that video. She was very nice in those leather pants.
Good afternoon.
I might not know
How
her
did-
name.
How did Kelly Clarkson come into play?
John O'Keefe as a prior
Someone
customer
said
in
it
the
in
bar,
chat.
correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And that particular night, John appeared to be in a good mood. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or
62?
No.
that makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
That was a
you.
good
All
one.
right, Ms. Treyas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Get out of here.
May I approach council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it, so yes,
Oh,
please,
that's right
thank
here.
you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, chat is amazing. No, but on
All
a
right, your next
16
witness, Mr. Lally.
$16
Chairman
bill,
Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kolokithis to the stand.
follow waffle note. Yeah, why are these people?
Why are these people?
It sounded Greek.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really wanted to know about the weather. God dang.
Maybe it's the weatherman.
Yeah, the local.
You
weather.
tell me, sir, the evidence you do to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Nicholas Kolokithis, Kolokithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived in Canton?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My wife and 2 children.
What is your wife's name?
Karina,
Why do we need to know his wife's
Your
name?
2 children, how old are they?
It's not
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing as?
27 years.
And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could
Street
turn your
pharmacist?
attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Recall that date?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely? Or
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game, yes.
And where was the basketball game, if you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity.
Correct.
why.
And so what time were
Why
those games?
do we care?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough.
And when you arrived to the game,
What?
as far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically, names. The McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of
game
other
that
children
McCabe
that
was
are on
at?
the team.
Yes.
And as far as
Apparently, a guy who was at a sports game earlier in the evening with the McCabe's. Why? Je ne sais quoi.
I don't know.
is that
very
who you sat
important,
with
though.
on this occasion, if you recall?
This timeline.
May-
Very important in
they
this
did-
timeline.
Yeah, he could just said you were at a sport. Why do we need to know his wife's profession, his kid's age? Just say you were at a sports arena with the McCabe's. What happened?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
Oh,
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game.
Oh, geez.
Later than usual.
What was your daughter's
I
stat
don't
line?
remember the exact time.
One.
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that
SOBs.
basketball game, where did you go from?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out, and they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
Oh,
And where did you decide?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what if any other parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game, or if anyone else?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Why do we need him to affirm that Jennifer was there? Jennifer can tell us
How
she
was
was
that
there.
was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to the waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall
It's
shares
his
parking
wife
lot with
that's
other
going to testify
establishments, and I
that,
believe condos.
that
So I
they
parked
saw
in the
them
back.
take the car.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9ish,
Hi, Dave.
a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents besides yourself in the caves went to the waterfall that night?
Grant is adopted kid of Wendy Murphy, an absolutely amazing attorney. He apparently lives with her still. He drives her car, smokes weed in the car, and he's on disability while studying law school while being a journalist. And he blocked me on Twitter, and I'm mad at him for that.
So walked in, there was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name, I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the caves?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those? Or did you know any of those?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through McCabe's, through Jen.
And the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well?
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs., what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
How long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife bring you?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is this?
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or the second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side, so I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or
Is
aware
there a
of?
point
that
to
came
this?
into the
Let's
bar?
go.
Yes.
And about what time was it?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was it?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that date?
Yes,
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, you see Ms. Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you describe this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at a table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the identified witness. Yes. Now, how did you know John O'Keefe?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years.
I hope you
So I
can
got
hear
to
it.
know
I
John
can
through
hear it.
my daughter.
Yeah, I can
Now,
hear
as
this.
far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her, or when was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids?
Yes.
Now, as far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far
Captain
as
and Coke.
Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at Waterfall?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
You're just trying to get her drinking.
Morgan is a rum. Captain Morgan is a rum, so
Yeah.
that's what he was drinking.
Now, as far
Like a
as
15-year-old girl starting to
the
drink.
sort of
Yeah.
general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
Him not having a
As
coat
far
and not
as-
being tore up is not helping you,
As
Larry.
far as
No.
Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as
How's that helping you, Lally?
Because
prior
then
to
it must
them
have
coming
happened
into the
later.
Waterfall, do you have any idea of
Well,
sort of
yeah,
where they were
but I
coming
mean,
from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall, at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the Waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
What?
It's just
Now, towards
then
the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about going. potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
These people like.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to what?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
So they're
And
going
what,
to
if any,
go drinking in the
relationship
pizza
did
shop.
D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the owners, if not the owner of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterwards, who, if anyone among the group had sort of mentioned that or was talking about?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
You mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
And at some point,
Thank you.
You left, you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
That can't be
And
true,
so at
Jamie.
that point, could you still sort of see like the blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group and Karen was in that group.
Mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53, this surveillance video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53.
Play the whole video already.
And specifically, if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m. When it gets to 10:59, if you could just pause. Thank you. So, Mr. Kolakifis, what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of Waterfall Bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top.
Is this the only
when I
camera
ask.
they have?
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this?
Yes, I do.
You could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are.
Black and white shirt.
Of course,
And
black.
from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now,
Where's
that
his
area of
hat?
the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Gumman, you can take it.
This is the stupidest evidence ever. You can't even see anybody.
They must have a video up
I
near
know
the
for the
bar
questions.
too.
They have to.
You have
yeah.
no further questions.
Cross-examination? Thank you.
Are you gonna- Really? There's gonna keep hammering that John and Karen were not fighting. They were fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolakifis.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolakifis, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at
No,
his house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
Why?
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
Why are you limiting them
Why-
when you let Lally go into the dumbest crap you've ever heard in her life?
Yeah.
He gets to mull around about when did you have children? When did you decide you were going to have children? Oh, and when did you two meet? So wonderful.
Your wife ovulating is on what day of the week, month? I don't know how many times women. I don't know women. That's why I'm turning this channel over to 2-3 women the next week, so we can get all the ovulating questions. There will be no words on stream the next week because I can't set it up from afar. So Marissa will just be discussing that with Jamie.
It's okay. Marissa doesn't have to. I will bypass that conversation also.
I'm not the only one.
I'm good.
I don't know why I
Lopez
went into
worried
that.
about my ovulation schedule.
I really should stop talking sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes.
With regard to the last question I asked, you recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes.
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
Yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolakithis, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Miss Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children?
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
A handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6
if that,
over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned, for 2022, when you socialized with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal and loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seemed like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Do you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in their relationship?
Again, a great defense
overt,
witness. Thank you, Stacey.
indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Matter of fact, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the force, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, other than my wife, I mean, force of.
It's good cash. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier.
Yes, I did.
And you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the
Good
early
job,
morning hours of
Lally.
January 29th.
Making her look better and better.
Specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great daddy was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
Why?
I'm going to strike that. Next
Why?
question.
It's a party
At
opponent.
any point,
It's a party
did you have an
opponent.
opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why?
May we approach?
He was asked, do you know?
Joyce, feel free to stand up and
He wasn't asked like you, what, if anything, do you know about a trip planned on the 22nd of March? That was
Not
how
so
you
badly.
would have phrased it, idiot.
Yeah. Not so badly for her to be such a bad person.
Yeah, and
she sounds pretty damn cool. I wish she was my friend. She seems generous and nice, and she'd do anything for anybody. She'd
Am I
plan these
wrong?
elaborate
I'm not a
birthday
lawyer.
parties,
I just play a talking head on TV. Party opponent testimony. Hearsay from party opponents is allowed in. So Karen and John, what they have told people are not hearsay.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
That's why she could testify what Karen said at the scene. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That would be the same hearsay as if he was told Karen really liked John as a father. It's exactly the same. There's party opponents that they're talking about. They're not talking about what Jen McCabe told him Karen said.
Thank you.
because
There was
Lally is a
nothing
gagging idiot.
eventful at the bar, while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, that comes to
Yeah,
mind in
Reggie's
terms of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
Oh, look at that.
Yes, that's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
Why did you bring him on, Lally?
Good job, Lally. Good job, Lally.
Another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Sparring with one another?
not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Kolakivas, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
So if you're going to talk about it, talk it sidebar. Okay, so
this is the clip ending in 5959 because there's several clips in
Okay.
53. We can have that up. With the court's permission, I'd like to display this to the jury at runtime 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
all right, so what exhibit is this?
This is 53, and it's clip ending in 5959.
5959.
May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolakivas, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay, if we could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I I was there that night.
My question is, do you recognize this from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are at the top. There we go. Okay. If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, can you name the folks that we're seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask that the video be paused at momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3
minutes.
4 minutes.
That's a
Yeah.
long one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Karen is right in front of John. And she's laughing.
Pause it. Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So
It's
you're
hard.
squinting. Are you having difficulty?
Yes, I
seeing
am
this?
having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit or
Can I move?
I don't think so. Our technology is good about getting a shake of the head.
my eyes are not good. I can tell you that.
Well, it's because it's a crappy video.
No, you could clearly
All
see
right,
it.
but
Sir.
if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
Okay. May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
And now they're hugging everyone in the group. And now there's fighting.
Look at group hug.
No, look at the
I
fighting.
ask you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Why?
so
It's in the
sustaining that objection, Ms.
it's
Cornell.
on the picture. Why are you sustaining that? You can see it. What? You can literally see it that they are in a stance with their fists up. What? Okay.
It's because he sucks and he knows it.
We don't know.
He's
He
already
didn't-
mad because his case is this guy's coming in going, oh, my wife even yelled at me because they were so loving to each other. Like, that's the best statement I've ever heard.
He's allowed to lead. Yep, he is, because he's on cross. But still, he just said, two guys in that stance you said earlier. You can see it clearly that they are doing the good old fisticuffs. Yeah, but Lally could point out that crime scene tape that wasn't absolute. No one could see it. Yeah, because the jury can see it as well.
Yeah, the video
Should he
doesn't
ask
lie.
him, in what position are the guys standing? She's infuriating.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another question, and if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. You see the person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you seem to be, or what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward?
Yes. It's two hippos dancing. I'm back to drinking. There's nothing better than fat fox play fighting.
So keep this, do you recall engaging in the two men, engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation, the two men, with their backs facing to us?
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but yep.
Do you recall ever being introduced to those two gentlemen?
Yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which, left and right?
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
We'll go ahead and play this.
Oh my god, they're so cool.
Yeah. It's nothing like two chapsters fighting. Come on, doink your bellies. It's a band member. Come on, throw a punch. Throw a punch. Show
So
you.
can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize the person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip be played. Mr. Kolakifis, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move to runtime 1636 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Right. Your Honor, when you play 1636. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
What are they doing now?
Is he backbombing him?
Was it? Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Okay. Pause. And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen, do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction? Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm going to play that for a second. And let's pause. With that, I would ask you who this individual is with the fur coat,
My wife.
hanging on the coat.
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way.
Thank you.
Away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this witness, Sean.
All right.
Oh, if I can have
Any,
just a moment. I'm sorry.
Lally must really be kicking himself.
Fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Just briefly, what are you gonna say? What?
As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
What they depicted in
Fair
public.
to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
This was really good.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about their relationship I would share it with my wife or vice versa?
No, what I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
You can see them
Now,
in the
with reference
picture,
to
you
what you were
idiot.
just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
The which part?
The, whatever that was between two individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself, within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Oh, you got him, Lally. You got him.
He's such a bad lawyer.
He is such a bad lawyer.
You're gonna imply that they were actually trying to kill each other if they were not in the bar with other people.
Yeah, they must just be.
You saw her hugging everyone at the bar. You saw her laughing out loud.
You didn't know behind closed doors.
Yeah. Why did he bring this witness? Again, 95% of the witnesses have turned out to be great for the defense, in my opinion.
For sure.
But we saw these two types of men play fighting. Men who are, well, I'm 27 years old, but I sometimes identify a bit older, and they are roughly my age, if not older. And they were play fighting in a bar. How old are these two idiots? I can't wait till they come on the stand. They look like two who can lose their temper. No, if you and Diva are having a small tiff, you won't be going to a bar where everyone are complaining that you are too loving to each other.
Yeah.
She would get lost on the at the gas station on the way there, and you would be at the bar. You wouldn't be standing around and having the White Rabbit yelling at the expert because he's not that affectionate. That's such a stupid. Have Lally had a relationship once in his life?
Is he even married?
I hope not.
I don't know how that's possible.
Oh, and the expert had a question for you that you missed, Jamie.
I answered him.
Mr. O'Keefe,
The one about streaming with you?
You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
Thank you.
Aww.
All right, Mr.
Good
Cohen.
job, Lally.
All set, sir.
Prior statements.
Next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Karina Kolakithis to the stand.
Okay.
Why do we need the wife for this? And he's going to start with Adam and Eve again.
Oh, well, I'll learn something, won't I?
Yeah. He can't object to that because it's previously entered into official record.
This almost read the evidence gives the court and hearing the case and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
What is the wife gonna say otherwise? Good Lord, I hate this.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Karina Kolokithis, Kolokithas.
And
She hate
where
her
is it that you live now?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We lived in Canton for about 13 years. 21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
You know him. You just talked to
And
him.
how many daughters do you have?
I have 2,
I think
And,
he is.
About how old are
18 and 16.
they? And do you work, ma'am?
I do work.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
And your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th
And he's going to ask exactly the same questions. And now Bev should go in and say, we know all this. You just asked the witnesses, move it along, Lally. But she won't do that because she only do that to the defense.
January 29th, 2022. All those days?
I do.
And you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there. So I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport?
It's basketball.
Oh my God, we know this.
My older daughter played on that team.
And so at some point there was a game for the varsity girls basketball team.
That's correct.
And where was that game that night?
At Canton High.
And do you recall who they played?
They played Foxborough.
And do you recall when the game was?
You mean time?
Yes.
6:30.
And so you mentioned that you went to the Canton Junction for about an hour. So
Are you
about what
having
time
trouble
did you get
following his questions because they're
I believe
stupid?
I got there around 6. I'm not sure.
And following the Canton Junction, where did you go from?
Went to Canton High to watch my daughter play.
Canton.
And within sort of the stands at a Canton High girls varsity basketball game, were there certain people that you would typically sort of sit with when you watch the game?
We just sit with whoever we knew. Usually it was the parents of the girls that played on the
Lally, I'll
varsity
bet
team.
you $10 they lost the game.
And who were some of those parents?
Foxborough.
Some of them were the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, people like that.
And McCabe's, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long had you and your family known the McCabe's?
I think we've known them for about 9 years or so.
And did they have a daughter on the team as well?
They did.
And so you arrived to the game, as far as your husband was concerned, did you observe him there?
He was there already.
And where did you go to sit?
I went in I don't exactly remember where I went to sit in the vicinity of my husband and those parents.
And following that game, where did you go from there?
So after the game, we went, usually at the end of the game, you'd go down, talk to the players, congratulate them. And then I told everybody I was going home.
And did you in fact go home?
I did go home.
And after you arrived home, what, if anything, happened?
I started getting text messages from my husband, and he said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and I should go.
And what, if any, hesitation did you have about that?
I was tired. I worked all day. Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing out of my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out. You don't do anything. Dad's by himself. You should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
And so based on that, you decided to go?
I did. Reluctantly.
People are so like easily peer pressured.
Yes.
Yeah.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF. I'm sorry. I went to the waterfall. Sorry. little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you had been before?
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located in the town of Canton?
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
And so obviously your husband was already there. You took separate cars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the waterfall?
I believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30 at night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
And when you arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the waterfall?
So I walked into the waterfall, and there, pretty much, I didn't know anybody.
I don't know how far behind you are, Carla Biakowski, but this is the third witness after lunch. We had her husband on before, and he was amazing for the defense. Said Karen loved him so much, public displays of affection, that this lady got angry with him that he didn't show her that much affection. We saw a video from inside where you could see Karen was having fun, group hugging everyone. She was telling everyone how great a father John was. And we saw Brian Higgins and Brian Albert like two rhinoceroses running at each other with their big bellies.
Except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of when you walk in the door, people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door, where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they were at the back of the high top tables.
And if I was standing sort of at the doorway of the waterfall, the entrance way in, and facing those high top tables, which side were your husband and the McCabe's on from that perspective?
On the right. I believe the band was playing if you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the, like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band that was playing that night, fair to say, it was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there, yes.
Maybe.
And as far as, obviously you're at a bar, people are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me off for days. So I chose
Dave?
water.
Now, as far as that high top table that you went to with your husband and the McCabe's, were there other people at that table?
There were other people there.
Did you know or recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them, maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or stayed towards that end of the table?
That is correct. I talked to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as sort of the overall sort of demeanor within the bar that night and within the group that you were at the high top table with, how would you describe it?
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody at any time that you saw throughout the entire time you were there?
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear who we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she is or an article of clothing?
She's sitting right there.
That's a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece and my younger daughter were friends.
Were friends, are friends?
They are friends.
And about how long had you known John?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at Jen McCabe's house.
And if you know about when was that in reference to his date of January 28th, 2020?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McCabe's.
That is correct.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship between either yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, or yourself and who did you know better, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I knew Mr. O'Keefe better. We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So he was a great guy. We saw him all the time. Yeah.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been, no.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, came, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fan. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about what he was wearing?
I believe he was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, some kind of top.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of a jacket or anything like that with him at any time that you saw him that night?
I don't remember a jacket. I remember like some kind of light shirt or something, like a light hoodie-ish kind of. I don't remember a jacket.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about the condition of it? Were there any sort of tears or disheveled to?
He looked fine. Nothing about his clothing.
I just saw that Bronkel said if they could just stipulate to the weather, this case wouldn't last that long. I bet you Lally is the one who won't stipulate to the weather, because the second they start talking about the case, his witnesses is destroying his case.
Stood out to me.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again.
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them that evening as well?
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described at any point in time?
No, everybody was having a great time.
But they were so mad at each
Now,
other.
with regard to sort of where you were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was he closer to your end, or where was he located?
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that Karen stayed with me. And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table? Who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was Jen McCabe.
So
the three of us.
When Ms. Reed comes and joins, it's essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
That first sort of initial conversation between the defendant and Ms. McCabe, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did not. It was loud. I don't know what they were talking about.
Now, as far as, obviously you're at a bar and people are drinking, what if anything did you observe Mr. O'Keefe be drinking out of?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what if anything did you observe her to be drinking?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with a clear liquid in it?
Correct.
Now, as far as through any conversation that you had with either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the bar?
So they had come from across the street.
And what is across the street?
From the bar, I think. So it was CF McCarthy's.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Ms. McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just to,
It was the three of us.
the three of you were talking. Okay. And with respect, to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John.
So she spoke about your kids?
About my daughter, yeah.
A little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She did. She always had a way of like saying, I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
Why did you call this one?
And then after she talked a little bit about that, what, if anything else, did she talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything, else did she say about that in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would you say it was that you left from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear, were you a part of as far as anybody talking about where to go next?
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street.
No, she said a clear liquid. The other one said it could be water.
Yep.
Maybe Stephen, this get on Yellow College Tale tonight. I am sure he will he will listen to that argument.
I wonder if
He was such a great dad. I wish his family would help him more because he's such he's such a good human. He takes care of everyone. He sacrifices everything. Yeah. 30 minutes later, I'm gonna trample him with a car.
Street to the pizza place.
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happens to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group like, hey, let's go there. And he said no.
And what, if anything, did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say in reference to going in?
She just seemed like willing to go.
Is that something that she mentioned once or more than?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember like at this moment, but.
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
Say that, could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to that particular point.
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
That's my question.
Yes.
Now, other than that, what, if any, other discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to go after the war?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
Was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview. I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And did either yourself or your husband take anyone up on an invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, there's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home.
And just to be
Why
clear,
did
by
you
him,
kill
your husband.
your
My
husband?
husband,
then?
yeah.
And around the time of midnight or so, when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, you're coming with me. Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, you're coming with me, you're coming with me.
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or what?
No, like joking around, like, hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, where are we going? And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like, it was like something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band like clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meaning the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Mr. Cave and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
Not with us. No.
now at some point you get outside of the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near?
So it was weird. She was with her husband.
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or a black SUV prior to that date?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle did you observe Karen walking?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, like, I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't see anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you, or the opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
So you were facing away from the waterfall, they were facing towards the waterfall, is that right?
They were just like, we were in different directions. So I was like, it's hard to explain, but they were facing, like I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you got in your car when you left, is that correct?
That is correct.
And around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing. You could see the street still.
So you could still sort of see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
With the court's permission, I'd just like to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 53, just a couple of portions for that on the screen.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
We don't need all of this, Lally. You move on.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'd ask first for the second video from Channel 3. And again, if I could ask for approximately 10:59. And if you could just so Ms. Kolokithis, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes,
And what do you recognize it to be?
that's the waterfall.
And is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Now, before you, ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on it and direct it at the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So from this video, first of all, as far as the people in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard to see, but it's you want me to point?
If you recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention
So-
to that person and explain who that is.
Oh, sorry. That I believe is my husband with that. Maybe I'm not sure.
So if you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now, this is Kolokithis, just from up on this video, you recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of January
Yes,
28th.
the high tops. Yeah.
And if you could just direct the jury's attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking to Ms. McCabe and the defense.
So, like, if we're pointing to here, I'd be on that side, like the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
And the area where the band was, if you could.
The band is here, like, that's what I meant, the left, yeah, in the front.
And if you know the front door area, sort of where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, with the court's permission, I would ask for, from the same channel 3, the 6th video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to 12:09, 50 seconds. Thank you. Again, Mrs. Kolokithis, you recognize what's up on the screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier.
So
to
now
see.
I can recognize a few more people.
And so from what you can see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay, so that's me right there. And then my husband is right there, Nicholas. And I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. And I can't tell because of the barcode up there.
With the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this.
Oh, I see John too. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
And I see John. John's right there.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this point till 12:11 in 4 seconds.
No, I'm just putting it up so people can see it better. That's why I put it on full screen. I'm not bailing on you, Brandon. You know that.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. Now, as far as this is the record, we're at 12:10:38. See sort of 3 individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, if with that laser pointer, if you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay, so that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. You can pause that, Ms. Gilman. There's
Why is
another
Lanny
individual sort of
signed?
making,
It's his witness.
Their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe, yes.
Exiting from the waterfall.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the last 2 seconds.
I'll be right back.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from same exhibits, but from channel 1. And the 3rd video down on channel 1. If I could ask you to fast forward to about 12:11.
The funny part, in her testimony, as provided by
Essentially,
the
what I'm going to
state,
ask Ms. Gilman, if you could play this.
they make her
12:11,
seem like Karen
0
was
to
so sick
12:11.
of the kids and that they ruined everything. That's not what this lady is
I'm
testifying
sorry,
to.
first, if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second. And I know it's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag blew in front of the camera.
The shoe was
you
found
recognize
later,
what's depicted
Brandon.
up
That's
there?
the funny part. They didn't
Can
find
you
it at the initial
repeat the
search.
question,
What's
please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's the exit to the waterfall?
Correct.
Thank you. Just come in if you.
Always put a flag in front of
Good
your
pause right
security
there.
camera.
Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame. Do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time where you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
And if you could, just with reference to the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? You had parked from where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking.
Yeah, but
So,
still,
okay.
that was their
Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back
view
parking
of the
lot
testimony.
where they're like where you see the cars, and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street.
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way,
Okay.
and then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds.
John had something in his hand. Does Karen have a long glass?
You could pause there. Have you seen an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person?
I believe it's Jennifer,
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe.
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you go to the last. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. I have one moment, John?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again,
Hello.
You and I have never met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Never.
We've certainly never interviewed.
Nope.
together.
Never.
I can tell you what it was that they wanted to have her to say. This is from the report. She further indicated that during the course of a conversation that evening with the defendant complained about the victim's mother and the lack of private time the couple had for vacations because of the children, their activities and responsibilities. She also described her as fine and did not believe the defendant to be overly intoxicated. They didn't want that part in, but the rest of it. But she just turned it around and said, yeah, she complained about it, but she praised John for being such a good dad, and they had time planned. Lally really is an idiot.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you're questioning by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children.
Yes.
And she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together.
Yes.
And she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later, they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cole, anything?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So Mrs. Colakithis, with reference to your relationship with John O'Keefe, as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you didn't have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to relationship or trips or anything like that?
Not that night. No.
And as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe is, do you have any sort of discussions at any point in time about sort of his
You can't
relationship with Ms.
rehabilitate
Reed or
that
anything going on in
stupidity,
that
you
relationship?
idiot.
He didn't tell me personal things. No.
Didn't have that type of relationship, correct?
Correct.
And this time out on January 28th, that was the first time that you had been out socially with the defendant, Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what went on behind sort of closed doors at their home or anything like that, you didn't know anything about?
I did not know.
Nothing further.
I have one question, Your Honor, if I may. But what you did observe between the two of them that night, to use your words, they were lovey-dovey.
They were.
All right, Ms. Cole, keep this. You want all.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Why does she think that normal?
Why don't I say counsel for just a minute? George, feel free to stand.
Does he think that normal couples fight like cats and dogs and then go out and then they are all lovey-dovey?
And it makes sense to let you go a little early, and we'll start fresh.
Yeah,
Okay, so
15 minutes
please
early.
do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
No, I still don't think
Here is
you're allowed
closing your
to.
notebooks and leaving them on the chairs. Gather your belongings. Follow me. All right, hurry up, please.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. This was an absolute best show again today. What? Can you be that incompetent, or is he trying to throw the case, or did Proctor fool him as well by writing a report where he put the emphasis a little different in the testimonies?
Any evidentiary issues I need to be concerned about tomorrow with this next witness?
Not for comment.
Your Honor, we have, I believe, provided every exhibit that we intend to introduce through this witness. They are all photographs and or screenshots that we would have lined up. I'm happy to show them to Mr. Lally in terms of the specific ones that we would be using before we leave today.
Okay, so just so it's clear, anything you intend to introduce, you have to show them in advance.
I know, we've provided them is what I said originally.
So,
and I certainly will show them before I show them to the witness. What I'm offering is to show them now before we break.
So yes, so I'm telling you that yes, show them to him before we break.
Exactly what I suggested.
Anything that you intend to show us, introduce tomorrow.
Sure.
All right.
You already
Thank
have it, you
All right,
idiot.
we'll see you tomorrow.
That's not what he said.
All rise to the court, please.
So now Lally is going home to cry, and then he's going to call Caitlin and say, deny, 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 deny. And she's going to say, it's my pictures, it's on my Facebook, and it's my Snapchat, and it's my Insta. And he's saying, I don't care. You're not ruining this case. That's my job. And all of this is to impeach the lovely Lady McLaughlin. And I found a funny little chart made by Madness and Motive on YouTube. They did a nice little graph of how the witnesses acted on the stage for the first 4 days. This is a heat map that shows the frequency of statements like I don't recall, I don't remember, etc. per witness in the Karen Reed's trial. Shown are individual responses to the prosecution and defense, as well as totals. John O'Keefe had 3, doesn't remember. Then Aaron had 6. Then we have Stephen Saraf. He had 17, twice as many with the defense. Stephen Mullaney, that's the guy who didn't really have anything to say. 11, 6 of them against Lally, 5 against the defense. Timothy Nuttall, the guy who looked her in the eyes and he said, I hit him. 5 out of 6 were for the defense. Anthony Flamati, the guy who talked to her face to face, 23, 19 with the defense. Matthew Kelly, I can't remember what he was the guy who said, I effing hit him. He's effing dead. 19, 17 with the defense. Francis Walls won, and that was against the state. And then the interesting one, Katie McLaughlin, Little Miss Churchgoer, 53, I don't recall, I don't remember, which of 46 went against the defense. 46. That's a whole heck of a lot. It looks like that if you put it in a bar graph. Everyone else you can say, well, these are kind of high too. But this is her. 7, she doesn't remember with Lally. 46 times she told the defense, I don't remember. That's normally I would say that's someone trying to hide something. And the lovely C-Swip sent me this one. Breaking news. Lally calls the cutest damn couple in Canton to tank his case. But this was a stupid day. Hey, Reloaded, just as we're about to close down. Better late than never. Yeah, she was stupid. The people in the house will all be called to the stand, either by the state or the defense. They can't get out of it now. If they called someone who went to the bar, had a drink with them, and said, "Yeah, that's Karen," they have to call Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, especially because Brian Higgins had a little fling of an affair, maybe a kiss on the cheek, and she visited his house. What she wanted to do with that chopster, I don't understand. As a chopster myself, it's hard to see ladies throwing themselves at our feet. But they will be called. Yeah, she wasn't listening. He had it. No, Lally is an idiot. Morrissey is the one who brought the case, and then Lally is the one to prosecute it. But he must be having meetings at the office saying, "I can't use any of this. This is so stupid." When he started asking the first day and said, I'm being turned into fish bait by the defense. Proctor's report is crap. I need to make sure that Koliakatis will tell me Karen was whining about John's family, crying about they didn't have enough time because of the stupid kids. No, she said she loved him because he was a father. Yes, it took some private time, but they had a trip planned. How can you be so inept at your job that you end up in this position? Sorry, I pulled it down. It's called you have to go back. They have a YouTube channel. It's a great YouTube channel. They go through it. I closed the tab. Her saying, I went to high school with someone with that name does her no favors, especially because tomorrow the lady she was an acquaintance with will be bringing in tons of photos, because as long as it's from her social media and she's provided video is. Do you know when this picture was taken? You put it on your Facebook in 2016. This is a baby shower. Is that you in the picture? Yes. Whose baby shower was that? Oh, I don't remember. When was it taken? I don't remember. Was it roughly? We took this off your best buddy Catherine's Facebook page, and it was dated 2019. Could that be true? What's your relationship with McLaughlin? If Caitlin Albert goes up tomorrow and says, "I hardly knew her," what would the jury think? Again, I know this jury is the most honorable jury in all of the Commonwealth, maybe all of the US. So none of them have been home in the weekend looking at all the photos that dropped last Friday. But if they did, and they saw those two girls sitting next to each other in a jacuzzi, with poor little McLaughlin being the only one without a date, maybe they will think, isn't this strange? Why did she lie on the stand? Who else is lying on the stand? Why are they lying on the stand? I don't know. Because they are having Caitlin Albert on tomorrow, so it'll take a full day, but take all of the day tomorrow. And I think you're way behind Sequel Square. It's half a day tomorrow. Tuesdays, Thursdays, always half. Because as I read the report, on paper, it sounded like Karen had been out there whining about how bad their relationship was because John was always taking care of the kids. But when someone says it instead of Proctor writing it, it became the biggest praise of a man you ever heard. My wife complained I don't show her that much affection. I saw some toolhead on Twitter saying, Karen was into him, but he wasn't into her. That's not what he stated. He said, he showed her so much affection, my wife got mad at me for not doing the same. And I am to believe, and that's the funny part that they got into in the end, 5 to 7 minutes from the bar to the house. Apparently, she arrives at the house 5:25, 5:30, no, 12:25, 12:30, and leaves again. Well, they had to have her back at her house at 12, I think 12:41. In the initial, they said she left at 12:45. I know she got derailed on the road there because she didn't know Fairview 34. But does it make sense that Jen was calling him 20 minutes later after they left the bar? Did they go? Maybe they were, I don't know, getting a little talky-talk in the car on the way over there. When did he puke in his pants?
I don't know.
None of them seemed highly intoxicated. He had 6 beers at the other bar. Then they left, went over to this bar, was there for roughly an hour. He wasn't heavy drinking. He was drinking beers, but you didn't see him pound beers. Yeah, he was excited when they got back. Well, that was 2 years before, 3 years, so that can sour quickly. So yeah. Have a great night too, Stephen.
Hey, Steven, are they done today?
Remaining, we're gonna end soon, but let's just for the fun of it. Let's do this before we leave. This is at the first bar. She looks like someone who's ready to go murder him in 90 minutes. Notice he has a belt on and a black cap. None of these were ever retrieved at the scene. I'm not wearing a mesh shirt. I'm wearing a Adidas camo shirt. He is messy. Yeah, he's clearly wearing a belt. Again, does this look like a woman who's so mad that they're just lying at the bar? I know you women are a weird breed, but still. If you saw this, would you expect her to get so mad at him within 2 hours that she killed him?
No, of course not.
I really can't see how they could look at this picture and say, yeah, 90 minutes. You saw her in the bar. She was laughing. She was hugging everyone. But she was so mad she wanted to kill him. Yeah, she's going to leave a nasty message on his phone. Could it be because she wanted to go home and he wanted to go drink with his buddies? I don't know. But that's just from this to I'm going to effing drive 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour. I know women are kind of weird. Does this look like a woman who's still mad about Aruba?
No.
The belt was never found. I wasn't even sure the hat was. It appears John picks up a short glass, drinks out of it, and heads toward the exit. Yeah. I saw him with a glass in his hand too when he left. That's not what they say. They testified that when in the report, I believe it's when she entered the waterfall bar, she had a tall glass, and that indicated that was found at the scene 8 hours later. That it was the same glass. How? Oh, she's touching his butt. I don't know how you're built, Sean, but back in this area is the buttocks area. And she's even so nasty, she got her hand inside his boxers. I think the reason she's mad is, let me spin a story, because I don't know women. As a virgin, I don't know them. But she looks like someone who might have said, hey, buddy, it's Saturday night. And he said, okay, I'm just going to go in, grab a drink, and say goodnight to everyone because on the car over there, she did the fiddlesticks. She drove shift, if you know what I mean. And he didn't come back out again. And she got mad because she was really ready to go that night. And that's why she got mad at him on the phone. That's a better explanation that she's so mad at him now that she's going to kill him in 2 hours.
I mean, we can snap. I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah, she's just putting puke in there now.
Yeah.
It's more likely he was telling Higgins and Albert the arresting was gay. Exactly, yeah. And then they got mad and said, I show you, May. Yeah, she got a Snapchat with him getting oiled up, and she said, not this again, I'm going home. Yeah, I think that's a far more plausible explanation that she snapped on the way over there because no one saw them yelling at each other in the parking lot. They saw Jen McCabe pulling her arm and saying, you coming with me, it's a surprise. What's the surprise? Brian Higgins was at the house so they could get into a fight over her. I don't know. This day today, I'll be honest, I was a bit afraid how the jury would see that cracked tail light yesterday, because you could sort of see what he told you, because that was the good part. He's allowed to narrate. The defense is never allowed to that. He narrates a whole heck of a lot. So I was kind of afraid that maybe they would get a good win out of that. I said it in the beginning today. I think the state did well with the closing yesterday. But then he brought on 5 witnesses, all testifying how much they liked each other. That everyone knew Karen. No one had anything. No one had. Who's it who had anything against Karen? It was the deadbeat brother who couldn't take care of the dead sister's kids. It was his wife, and they didn't even hate her that much. They just we heard something about normal couple problems.
Yeah.
That's the extent of the arguing they have heard. Then they're gonna bring in some bint who went to Aruba with them because her young sister might have hugged him, might have kissed him, might have done something, and that turns her into a murdering psychopath 29 days later. Next to this picture, who would you believe? Lally is really dropping off a cliff faster than I had imagined.
He's lost it.
Yeah. How damaged the tail light was only argued online, not in the courtroom yet. Yeah, I know, but when I saw it, yeah, there's something missing. It wasn't until I got onto the Discord and we started looking at other pictures, I said, oh, there's like a line there that shouldn't be there if it was the same crack in the tail light. So, yeah. The puffy coat West thing doesn't matter. It's just because I don't know why Lally kept bringing it up, because you can clearly see that EMT lied, because he's not wearing any of that. And I want to see that coat he's wearing right there with holes in his right arm. That's what I want to see. I haven't heard anything about his blood alcohol level in the ME report. See you, Helen. Get to bed. It's late in Holland.
Bye, Helen.
Yeah, he's the only police officer who seems to be in shape. The rest of them is they're chubsters like me, and I couldn't run to catch a criminal. It's just to again, like I wrote on Ronkel's channel when he said, couldn't they just agree to the weather? No, Lally wants to ask every witness because then he have asked every witness for an hour. So the jury sits there and think, what did we learn? Well, he's been talking for 90 minutes. He must have gotten something out of them. But the defense is really good. They keep it very short and very to the point. And then Lally gets back up and says, if you argue with your husband, do you go tell everyone? Nothing further, Your Honor. No, his buddy said he had like 5 or 6 beers before he left. That was over 2 hours. So if they are regular drinkers, I would say you are bust with 6 beers in 2 hours. And then they went to the other bar, but you didn't see him just standing and slamming them. So let's say they were at the waterfall for roughly an hour more. 10 beers. If you drink regularly, that's not that much. I would never drive in that condition, but he's not incapacitated. He's not raving drunk. You didn't see him slur on the way out. Where's the puke coming from?
Yeah. It's being hit in the head. That's where the puke came from.
Months ago, people were talking about receipts from the bar having all these drinks on it. Where are they when the bartender has been associated with those? Apparently, receipts were put into the record. We didn't see them on screen. And one of them was John, who bought something for $16.10, I believe. And then he threw down $10 tip.
Yeah, it was like $16 tab with a $10 tip.
I don't know, what's $16? 3 beers?
Maybe.
Yeah, I never drank in the States, so I don't know. A beer couldn't be $8, could it?
Massachusetts.
Yeah, Rolling Stone says that's 3 beers. Yeah, he bought around. Well, this was from the waterfall, but if it was on the other bar, he had 2 buddies there, so that would be 3 beers. Maybe he gave one to Qualiac. No, he drank Captain and Coke. You're not from California, and you're not a girl. It's Morgan and rum, Morgan and Coke if you drink anything. Justin, about 4 beers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how did it get into his pants? Because we can clearly see, because I was thinking, yeah, well, maybe he was so raving drunk, he did it in the bathroom at the bar, stepped out into the car, and maybe she yelled at him. That's why she was angry, because he smelled like puke. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Could be $8 a beer in Massachusetts, no more than 3 though. But Bud Light was probably $3 or $4. It will roughly put him at 0.01 for about 10 drinks over 4 hours. So over legal limit. Yeah, I would say if I go, I don't drink that much. I go out a couple of times a year. A normal night where I have to remember to get some rehydration tablets before I go to bed, or I'll be sick for a week. I'm probably at between 15 and 20 mixed beers and whiskey. I'll have like 15 or 20, and I'll be drunk, but I'll be functioning. I wouldn't drive a car, but 15, 20 for a big guy like me and who's used to drinking a lot more when I was younger. That's not that bad. And he's a big guy
20?
too.
Jeez.
Yeah, 15 to 20. If I start out at like 8 o'clock and go home at 5 in the morning, I'll have 15 to 20.
Party animal.
No, that's normal in Denmark. You pregame when you make your dinner. You have a few, and then you take a shower and get ready. You have a few. Then you go to a pregame party or go to a bar, and then you will sit and have a few, maybe have some shots. Then you go to a club, wonder why people are dancing, and then when it gets around 1:30, 2 a.m., you start drinking your whiskey, so you don't go too fast. I don't know. And a couple of double whiskeys, and then you go grab a durum and go home. Eat half of it, fall asleep, and wake up in the morning, and you have half a eaten durum and are ready for breakfast. I think the head injury is more likely, yes. In Denmark, it's 0.15. So, but all of them are drunk driving. No, but I'm not even sure, because we've seen her with one drink when she took that glass at this bar. We've seen her with one drink so far, and we were
Nobody
told
even
she
could
was
testify truly that it was a drink. They just thought they didn't know.
Kuliakita said it could be water.
Yeah.
And I've done that sometimes. When you're getting a little bit too sick, you tell the bartender, "Hey, pour me a Coke, but put a lime in it and a straw, so it looks like a rum and Coke." So your bodies think you're still drinking. Well, I'll take you out for dinner then. 15, 20 is not that many at all. I'd had more than that out and also at pre-drink. Yeah, because you probably drink like we do. We start around 8 o'clock, and then you go out 11 o'clock at night, go to a bar, stay there for a couple of hours, then go to a club, stay there for a couple of hours, switch between bars and clubs, and then you go home in the morning. But that's Europeans for you.
Yep. No shame.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm just
Yeah, but but remember, I'll bet you that Julie and I probably both started drinking when we were 12, 13 years old. So we have a way different alcohol culture, but we would hardly ever be caught in a car, because we learn to drink before we learn to drive, so we know when we have our limit. Exactly, Toiler Carissa. When you see this, and then you see what they claim she did, I can't do it. 24 in a case here, and that's normal over 10 hours or so. Yeah, if you go into a tailgate party, and especially with in America with the light beer, you could drink a case of beer, you'll pee yourself to death before you die from alcohol poisoning. Oh, you just need to come to Europe. I'll show you a good time. I never drank until I was 21 and not Mormon anymore. No, that's. But again, I drank so much that when I was 21, I was beginning to have a fatty liver, so I had to stop for a couple of years. So it's not a good thing, but it shows me when I should drive a car and when I shouldn't drive a car. Yeah, 12, 13 is probably. I drank rum and Coke with my grandma when I was maybe 5 years old. She liked a Bacardi and Coke, and then she just made a weak one for me and my sister. Had one, didn't get bust or anything. That's
all right.
We have a different culture.
We do. It's funny.
Yeah. Yep, you know that one where you always get to sip your dad's beer and stuff like that. That's
He
You didn't do that?
No, my dad never gave us any of that stuff. He let
What a
us
weird
drive
baby.
though when we were little.
Yeah, my dad didn't do that.
He would
But he
let
let
us
me
drive
finish
the
his beers.
car in the back. He let us drive the car in the back row with him if we were with him and stuff. Yeah, that was all I did.
My mom took me out to give me some driving lessons before I started to take my driving lessons, and I almost put the car into a hedgerow because I forgot you had to take off the speed before you turned around a sharp corner. She didn't take me out doing that anymore. You smoked hookah for the first time with your grandma when I was like 11 years old. She said it would help clear my chest because it was mint flavor. Yeah, but that's the same. My grandma never smoked. She smoked half a cigarette a day to keep her figure. Yeah, that's how to do it. When I was 16, 17 and just getting my license, I would fill up a 16-ounce bottle of Diet Coke and fill it with Seagram 7, then go hang out with the Franklin Cubs while drinking underage. Hey, Scotty, good to see you.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, give them guns and cars and don't teach them to drink. You're Polish and totally understand about the sipping of that beer. Yeah. We did this all the time. I could drink as an age. I think I was 18 when I was in the US, and because I had a Danish passport, they would like me drink beer. I think he's going straight to the warm place because he clearly read Proctor's report and thought the statement in that was what the witnesses was going to say, understand. But we got the most glowing recommendation of Karen Reed by the last two witnesses. This is what you sent the jury home with. And tomorrow you'll start out with Caitlin Albert. If she's going to testify, yeah, I was at the bar with them. They were fighting. They were all up in each other's grills. She comes off untrustworthy. Then on cross, boom, 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 boom. McLaughlin. Lally must be at Fairview 34 right now talking with Caitlin. Yeah, we don't. That's why I go out like 2-3 times a year, and it's just because I have younger budettes that I hang out with. It's a very cute picture, yes. My friends and I used to go to Canada. They never carded you. Yeah, that's a weird one. If you live right by the border, you can just drive over it. But it's the same. You can drive to one state and have a little of the devil's lettuce, and then you can drive over back to your state, and then it's illegal. Do they measure the THC content in your blood the same way, or else you could get in a heck of a lot of trouble with that one? Oh, I made a poll, by the way, Jamie.
What?
What, if anything, is Lally getting at? And the poll is with 109 people voting. Not even God knows, 73%.
It's so true.
It was snowing, 23%. John was leaving Karen, 1%. Karen was in a sour mood, 0%. So, God only knows. But, yeah. Anything else we need to say before we get back to the half day tomorrow?
Nope.
Have you any interesting things that you want to say, talk about?
It's eyelash day.
Oh, the best day of the month.
It's the best day of the day. Yeah. Well,
Are you drunk again?
yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah. That's why you're not on camera anymore. It's because you've been slamming those Captain and Cokes.
No. No, it's just much easier to work when I don't have a camera in my face.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Tell that to the OnlyFans girl.
Jesus Christ, OnlyFans.
Why do I say stuff like that?
Because Because you do.
How damning is Jen supposed to be for the defense? Well, she's the one who's going to tie everything together. She was at the bar with them. She invited them to the house. She saw the car arrive, then move up, didn't see anyone come out of it. Then later, out of a window, saw it parked near the fire hydrant. And then she kept texting John, calling John, trying to figure out where he was. She's going to be very destroying for the defense. Then later she will state, I can't believe she could see him from the car because it was snowing so much. No one could see him. That's what they want her to say. But will all the... Don't tell me the witnesses is a question from this one. There must be a meeting today at the Albert's residence saying this is gonna blow up all kinds of crazy. So yeah. See you in the morning, Patty.
Marissa, I hope you do. Please do that.
Renee can
for
see
science.
a mom doing that totally a dad move. Hell, he probably said a bad pun when he took the picture. Yeah, tell us tomorrow how it went. But Jen is the star witness for the defense. You missed court for the first time since July. It was weird not being amongst the free can read peeps, but didn't miss much as far as trial content. No, you missed a lot. The last two witnesses you have to go back and watch. Skip through Lally, it was stupidity, but the defense really crossed him.
Yeah, I don't know why he would even bring them on.
Yeah. Yeah, see you later, JJ. In my opinion, Jen McCabe is the reason Karen came back. Karen would have known until later. I no, because I think it was Carrie Roberts who drove the car. No problem. They'll have her phone records, right? Right? Of course they do. And they have a Celebrite expert who will testify she did do that search at 2:32 in the morning, horse long to die in the cold. The defense, the state will say, no, she was searching the score from the basketball game.
Yeah.
Which we now know Foxbury won. She was at the game. Why was she Googling it later? And because she had been Googling that, when Karen Reed yelled at her in the morning, figure out how long it takes to die in the cold, as if she knew how long he'd been there. She goggled it at the scene 2 times because she wrote it the wrong way first time and then had to write it again so she could get the horse long to die in the cold. But because she searched it with that, she used the tab from 220, 230, 227. I can't. It's getting
That's
close to
227.
227. She used the same tab, and because Google is really stupid, it backdated that search to 227 because that's typically how Google works. If you do a search, even in I have this picture up now. If I search in that, of course, Google won't backdate it till when I put that picture on screen. That's just stupid. But Lally is dumb enough that he will try to use that argument.
He's gonna. That's his whole.
Yes, they have her calling him and texting. They have Karen's phone. Karen's phone they got the day after, I believe. Jen McCabe's phone took a little bit longer, and she deleted screenshots, photos, text messages, and phone calls. Nothing I know of, have heard of, was deleted on Karen's phone. But Jen deleted everything that happened that night. Well, don't tell Lally that. That is, as a web developer, you must be dying, crying of laughter now because they said if you open open your phone with an old tab, it'll backdate the search history. No, because you do a new search inquiry to Google's databases. It's not like it thinks, oh, That happened 4 hours ago. My mistake. I pretty much think that Google is some of the most reliable data for that because they run on a set clock all over the world. It's not like it runs on time zones. It's GMT plus minus. But it's the same with Proctor claiming that because of daylight saving time, he actually took hold of the vehicle an hour later than stated in the report. Or no, an hour later than that we believe, because that's what he said in the report. But that doesn't make sense. Daylight saving time is nowhere the 29th of January. The explanation in this case are so dumb that me trying to get out of my homework in first grade, when my mom said, "Hey, buddy, your math teacher just called me." She said, "You haven't done," and I can remember it to this day, 242 math problems because I might not have done my homework. So she said, "You have 2 days to get that finished." So I did 121 math problems 2 days straight. And I had a lot of explanations why I shouldn't. And my mom just looked at me and said, "I don't give a F. Sit down and you stay on that seat until 242 math equations are done." Because it's not, it's just stupid. But they could just say my dog ate my homework, and it makes more sense. A detective doesn't know how evidence tape work. 3 EMTs have heard something in 3 different ways, but they still put them all on the stand to testify. One of them said a police officer heard it. No police officer ever testified they heard it. At least try to get your story straight. This is so stupid. If anyone is in Canton, don't dox anyone. Don't. But if you're like Berkovich, you want to go driving around town because it's a warm day, maybe swing by some of the known addresses, because I'll bet you they're having crisis meetings in that family. Everything is rambling right now. It was my grandmom who gave me Bacardi. My mom was a teetotaler until she got older. Then she really got into drinking wine. No, it's done. It's done. Well, the case is starting up again tomorrow, but for today, because they have all the evidence. They had 2 witnesses that were supposed to testify that Karen disliked John because he spent so much time with his adopted kids, telling the courtroom she was praising him all night, and they were so lovey-dovey that the wife got angry at the husband because he didn't show her the same affection John showed Karen. Tell me why. If I could get a Lego leaf blower, I should do that. They all thought that they were 2 smart liars. Yeah, but that's because they have that little problem. Kind of like Murdoch had. We run this town. We are untouchable. And everyone said, "Well, did you think 74 police officers was in on this?" No. You need Proctor. Close friend of them. You need Sergeant Lang. Childhood friends with them. The rest of them, Brian Higgins is involved. Caitlin Albert works for the DA's office. Brian Albert, the homeowner, was a PD cop. His brother was a Canton cop. Jen McCabe, he's married to her sister. All of the Alberts and all of who's closely connected to the Alberts, have they been very trustworthy on the stand? Take McLaughlin, take Lang, take Gallagher. The rest of them who didn't really know them, they have been kind of truthful. Who is it? Who was it who ran around in the front yard with a leaf blower, contaminating the crime scene? Who put solo cops in a dirty environment? who didn't secure the evidence. You don't need 75 people to hide a conspiracy like this. You just need a few highly placed idiots who think they are untouchable because this town is our town. So, yeah. Exactly, because I bet you, we seen the pictures. McLaughlin wasn't part of the in-group back in high school. She was part of the, can I please hang out with you? I want to be cool too. And Caitlin got in her ear and said, hey, just deny everything. Just don't mention you know me. It's better for everyone. And you know this B word did it. You were at the scene. You knew John. So poor John. Come on, let's give him justice by getting this woman off the streets. You don't need 25 people running around and making a story. Most of the people who are connected to Fairview, because forget all of the rest of them, the ones you need to have shut up are the ones inside the house that evening. The ME, she can't testify how he died. She can testify which injuries he had, and that he died partially from hypothermia. There's nothing in there that he was struck by a car. She's asked, could he have been struck by a car? And she can't say no, because he could have been beaten to death. They didn't ask about that. Or he could have been struck by a car, because she doesn't know how he died. So she doesn't need to be in on it. Then, when the DA comes in on it, I would love to see how Morrissey is connected to the Alberts as well. Because in no other case I can remember have the prosecutor, have the DA ever gone on TV and said, all of my witnesses are clean. Don't trust anything anyone else tell you. Don't leave it up to the jury. Everyone on my side are clean. That's witness tampering just as much as they claim Aiden is doing. Just as much as they claim Tom CPU is doing when he's standing outside with a camera saying free can read. But that's not a problem, because Morrissey is the king. This is absolutely the worst S show I've ever seen. It's Toby Keith's fault. Let's put him on the stand. Do you think Morrissey is calling Lally every night and yelling at him? No, I think Morrissey is hammered, thinking, how could this slip up so badly? We just needed her to take a plea deal. Give her 5. I would love to hear what they offered her in a plea deal. 5 years, like they did with the guy from the Treehouse case. Why did they up it to murder 2? Because then you have to have intent. It's really hard to prove an intent in this case. I really don't get this. Fenway Park beer, $16. They weren't at Fenway, but that's expensive. Someone died and they are making a mockery out of it. Yes, they actually are. 5 years for someone with MS will probably take 20 years of her life. Yes, but if she hadn't had money and a big set of they would have gotten her with a plea deal. They would have threatened her and said, hey, this is murder 1 now. Most people would have taken it. Like our guy from the Treehouse case. Why didn't he just admit and do the time served for his murder case? Because he wanted to fight it too. Want to clear his name. They are hoping they could steamroll a poor lady with MS who lost her boyfriend, who she called her husband, because she clearly was very fond of him. That's what I thought. Yeah, maybe they were cooling off a bit. They've been together for 3 years now. Maybe it wasn't all hunky-dory, but then we hear what people who were with them said. They were almost too lovey-dovey. So I think she's the only one, because John's family, I don't see them fighting for justice in this case, because if with what we have seen so far, getting Karen convicted isn't justice for John O'Keefe, in my opinion. They pissed me off when Lally was trying to make the husband part of a bad thing. Yeah, the husband part of a bad thing. Yeah, stupid. She wants to find out what really happened. Yeah, and she said it on the small press conference she had from, I believe, after the first or the second hearing, where she said, "We know who did it. You know who did it." She said that to the press. So they thought she was a little lady who could be steamrolled, and she showed up to be a tiger. So I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow. I have to say that. I can't wait for tomorrow with Caitlin Albert. This is the first Albert we'll have on the scene. She's gonna lie her head off. She's gonna forget more stuff than her good friend did. No one ever expected she would get Alan Jackson in on this. No one. They probably knew Janetti. He's from there, but how much have he changed because of all the technical evidence he found? Yeah. It's devastating. Twice have they lost parents. Sadly. But they won't get justice on this planet either if Karen goes down for this. So you think they will handle the McLaughlin stuff because Caitlin? No. They just said it. They will bring it all in through Caitlin. They're going to take up the picture and say, "Is that you in the picture? See, who's that next to? That's McLaughlin. What's your relationship to her? Kind of acquaintances whenever. Okay, I have your yearbook photo here. Is that you on the track and field team? Yes. Who's that next to you? That's Kate McLaughlin. You still claim you're just acquaintances with her? Yes. Hey, you have pretty good boobs in that bikini. When is this picture from? When did you take this? You're still claiming you're just good friends. Let me put up this baby shower picture from 2 years, 18 months before John died. Who's that? Who's next to you? When was this taken? And you're still just acquaintances with her? Going to bring it all in through that. And they will bring in social media messages as well. He said it just before we ended court today. As long as they have and as long as they can get her either to admit it or can say, this was taken off your Facebook wall, they should be able to bring it in. I'm really not sure what's happening with Squid Pro Crow. Is she having a stroke? Or is it a Russian bot? Bev will do whatever she can. Her and Lally is probably crying in each other's arms tonight. Could be baby squid. Yeah, I saw a lot of. I thought, what? Normally she doesn't write Russian. Something tells me McLaughlin would continue to lie. Well, she better. Then, because the defense will bring her back and said, "Hey, your butt is Miss Caitlin McLaughlin, Caitlin Albert, who you didn't know, other than just she testified. This is you in a picture with her in a hot tub. She testified this was when you rented that B&B in Maine in 2016, 2 years after you said you left high school with her, and you didn't really know her anymore. Donde está your boyfriend? Because everyone else have one. Is it because of your nose you don't have a boyfriend? And then está la baby shower. It's not your baby shower because you don't have a boyfriend. But why are you standing next to someone you don't know? Why did you lie the first time? What else have you lied about in this trial? Objection sustained, but I'll put them in the head of the jury. You're at the gym. Are you bot dialing us from the gym? Is this a bad word? So this has run approximately 7 hours. So when I rewatch fast forward Lally and up Bev, yes, you really need to get to the last two witnesses. They were great, especially even when Lally asked him questions, he couldn't get the answers he wanted. But just fast forward. Today's coloring page is up. Let's see if I can find it. Stupid. Open image, a new tab. It's almost like I tried it before. This is for those of you painting along at home, this is today's Captain Kern coloring book page. This is our town. I love this guy down here has an extra arm. It's funny how AI doesn't do hands and arms that well. This guy have 2 guns and an extra hand. But as always, they're great. You drive from Boston to New Hampshire every Sunday to buy beer, no alcohol sales in Masson. What? Yeah, but again, I don't know how much you can. I know that's that's why Bev is like that. I just think it's because she's very friendly to the state. What's the vibe I'm getting from Paul and Aaron? Honestly, he looks like he wants to stand up and beat her, but on the stand, I didn't feel like he had much animosity against her. I don't know. I really didn't think. So far, the only bad witnesses was that video they showed yesterday, because you can interpret it any way you will. And McLaughlin, because she so clearly stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and that she told everyone else about it. Because then you can say, okay, maybe the other 2 heard it in the ambulance, and then because they talked about it at the station, they kind of believed they had heard it somewhere else. Other than that, I don't see any good state witnesses. Lang came off as untrustworthy, but again, I always love the defendant until they're found guilty, and I cry because the jury doesn't see it the way I see it. I was doing double unders, and I heard Baker, I'm about to toss my lunch. Is my voice that bad? I'm sorry. Well, let me find somewhere to send all your nice people, because I need to find myself a bed. It's almost 11 o'clock. Tomorrow will be half a day. Caitlin Albert, be there, or you'll probably be square. Yeah, David Nelson, that's how I took it too. Lang was a sleepy eel, yes, but they got him with, I think they didn't get in a haymaker, but they got some good crosses in. But I'm going to send you all to Sweden. Have a wonderful night, and thank you all so much for the super chats. Love today. Hopefully see all of you back tomorrow, either on my channel or the lovely Valhalla's channel. And we'll have just as much fun as we had today, where I will pop an aneurysm once or twice. Hasta la taco.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
See the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you
whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oof.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, I ever want that. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got against the man. You know,
Called him chicken shit.
that's right, you was chicken shit.